So I'm watching Jon Stewart. He did a whole thing on the Indian presidential election and their prime minister.
Okay.
Who's been taking out people who are against him.
Oh.
And he kept going, and I'm not afraid of you. And if you want a piece of me, my name is Bill Maher. And I am in Los Angeles. He did it twice. He doubled back, had it on the bottom of the screen.
Nice. Very nice. From the D, Paula? From the D? I mean, is that a club? Okay, where's that?
You know, Paul, if you know, you know. I'm with you.
Where are we this morning? We're going to the D. All right. I hear you.
All right. Let's see here.
Well, he knows now, Paula. He may not have known before the draft. I mean, come on. Let's be honest. He was just doing that organization a solid. And then he went Shazam. EB Hill, my understanding is it looks great. Look at Mark being so friendly with the Miller and Moulton greeting.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. First Wednesday of the month. It's a hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? Hold on one second. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. This is how we roll. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week's going well. Mark, how's yours?
My week's going fantastically. I'm catching up on all the sleep I missed during the conference finals.
You know,
been to bed early the last 2 nights. This has been divine.
You know, for as much as some of us are bummed that, no hockey, no basketball, no hockey, no basketball, I'm with you. I have taken the opportunity these last couple nights to go, now wouldn't be a bad time to go to sleep.
I've had conversations with my wife on consecutive nights
about things that didn't have to do with the NBA or NHL playoffs, right?
And, a little afternoon softball yesterday, although it didn't work out for the Gators. Pretty fun game to watch. And I wanted the Gators to win. I live in Florida. I'm rooting for them. I don't want the dominant team to win again and again and again, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over Oklahoma beating Florida. But that was a hell of a softball game yesterday.
Yes,
6-5 extra innings. That's good stuff.
And not only that, it had consequences. Winner gets to play for the title, and the loser is bummed. Speaking of which, when's the last time a loss from one of your teams, really stuck with you for more than 48 hours?
Oh, wow.
Because, we're getting older now. Now, if you're younger, if you're under 30, I understand that these losses may linger longer. Okay. You have no idea the loss you're about to suffer in sports and in life over these next 30, 40 years. So I understand it feels bigger. But for those of us in our 50s, I mean, we kind of roll with the punches now. We're bummed. Maybe that night we go to bed, we're bummed. We wake up the next day, but 24, 36 hours. I mean, by the second night's sleep, right? That's it.
I couldn't tell you the last time. I really couldn't, and that's horrible. I wish that I had more painful memories of losses. I can't recall a game that tore me up in a
For more than
long time.
Okay, that's actually, just throw that out there, 21,000 on the text line and in our Twitch chat room. Just curious, the last time one of your teams lost a game and it lingered more than 2 nights sleep. Because you know what I'm talking about. Let's say your NFL team loses on a Sunday. So you're bummed the rest of Sunday, you go to bed Sunday, and then you're kind of on Monday. But then by the time you go to bed Monday night, you wake up Tuesday morning. Come on, you've moved on with life, right? Same with your favorite college team. They lose a tough one on Saturday, and you're at church on Sunday. You're not in the best of mood. You're trying to fake your way through it. There's Sunday dinner, the whole deal, whatever. I love these people, but not really today. Okay. And then, though, by the time, the work week rolls around, all right, got to suck it up. The team's got to suck it up. They're back at practice. They got to put it behind them. So do I. And I'm just curious, because I realized yesterday that this Rangers loss to the Panthers is really bothering me.
Well, and it's funny because when you said that, I'm thinking about, believe it or not, David, and you're going to, boy, thank goodness you're not in the same room as me because you'd punch me for saying this. I mean, but I'm thinking of a game that made me feel good. And believe it or not, that last Red Wing game, winning the way they did and giving their team, in that moment to send it to overtime, even though things didn't work out, that exhilaration is something I have not felt about one of my teams in a long, long time. I'm going back to a Michigan State-Nebraska game when I punched a hole in the wall, and that's a house ago. That really bothers me.
Okay. All right. So, what are we talking there? About 10 years?
Yeah.
8 years? Okay. So, we got people in the, Twitch chat room here. Kilo's dad, he still hasn't gotten the Orioles playoff loss last year. Or I guess that's the last time a loss really, stuck with him. A Raiders fan still lamenting the Tuck rule. Okay. All right. 21 plus years. I got it. So a bunch of examples. A Dolphins fan that says, to be honest, I don't know if I'm still over that Monday night loss to the Titans because I know how big it was. And then look what unfolded afterwards. But so ESPN had on last night, they put together one of those documentaries, and it was about the Rangers winning the Cup in '94, which is the only time they've won the Cup since World War II. And in hockey circles, even not just Ranger circles, in hockey circles, it's probably one of the 5 best Stanley Cup finals, 5 biggest moments the sport has had in its modern era. I had no interest in watching it. It is the first time I have ever not watched anything having to do with that team. Literally, I'm getting text my mom, "You going to watch?" And I said, "Mom, I'm ready for a new memory. I'm really bummed." I go, because this is probably the best team they've had in 30 years. All right. And now, I'm 58. I was 28 when they won the Cup. It's, what I'm getting at here. Now I'm legitimately wondering, am I going to get another one in my lifetime? I'm asking the same question about my baseball team, which is coming up on 40 years here soon without a title. Just like your baseball team is 40 years. You were a teen.
Yes. I was a sophomore in high school, David, when the Tigers won that World Series in 1984. A sophomore in high school.
And so, I'm just wondering. Now, I'm not saying that a loss from wherever still is bothering you today, but I'm just talking about the last time your team lost a game in which you couldn't shake it off within 48 hours. You couldn't do it. Sonny in our Twitch chat room, the 09 Florida team getting beat by Alabama in the SEC title game. I'm curious, we're on in Huntsville. How many Alabama fans haven't gotten over the Rose Bowl? I mean, they're still kind of, because, if you win, is Nick walking away? Even, you don't know. Does he go out if, they play for the title? Win or lose is, who knows? Sunday's also a Lions fan. He's lamenting the NFC Championship game loss. Okay.
A lot of hurt in his world.
I know. But at least that one's this calendar year. I can, it's 4 months, but still. The other one's almost 15 years. Got to get over it. But I'm just curious. I'm just curious because I realized last night, Mark, I'm like, you're a 58-year-old, somewhat well-adjusted adult. And you are really bothered by this, aren't you?
When did it hit you?
Last night.
That was so you
last night.
You got through the drive back, getting pulled over, a little bit of fun with the cop.
Mm-hmm.
Things not bothering you, and all of a sudden last night they wanted to show highlights of 94, and you just said, I'm
not interested. I'm not. I get it. I know they won. I know every storyline. There's nothing you're going to show me or tell me. Honestly, I really don't think there is that I haven't seen. I don't think there is. I know the call. I know Marv Albert's radio call. I know Sam Rosen's local TV call. I know Gary Thorne's national call. I don't think there's anything you can tell me. I really don't. No. I'm ready. I'm ready for a new one, man. I am. And I'm just wondering, to everybody, come on now. If you're listening to this show, you're a sports fan. Sports is a significant part of your life. You pay a lot of time. I'm just curious, is there a team and a loss the last time, not that it's still bothering you today, but the last time one of your teams lost a game in which you're like, yeah, I didn't get over that quickly.
And David, it's interesting that you bring this up because for me, my teams have stunk now for a while.
Yeah, hopefully your baseball team, which got above 500 last, hopefully they're going to start being competitive again. Hopefully your hockey team, but you're right, you haven't contended for anything in damn near 10 years.
Right.
Tigers in 2013, I think, is the last one of your teams. Now, Michigan State football won a Big Ten title in 2015 and made the playoff.
That's the last one. That's the last one because the basketball team made one run to a Final Four.
Right.
And it was a...
Well, January, February is
stop it. I've had enough of that. Win the last game for crying out loud. You want to know what bothers me? Here in January, February, Izzo. It's not, you know what I want to hear? January, February, March, Izzo. Because that means he's won a game in April when it matters.
Well, the other thing is you're coming up this year will be a quarter century.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, right. So
now
I
you're
know
starting to honk me off.
Sorry, it was not the intention. I have to admit, it is part of my charm. 5 minutes ago, I got to admit, can't remember the last time I really had it. Now, apparently, the Michigan State stuff's bothering you to this day.
Oh, boy. But that's part of it. I would, if when your teams get good again, you can handle a little bit more pain. I had to root for the Lions for crying out loud just to welcome a new team into the fold. And I don't have the Lions gene in me. Like that loss didn't, I felt badly for Lions fans that are friends of mine, but that loss didn't wear me out.
Coach Rick in our Twitch chat room, he still hasn't gotten over the Falcons Super Bowl loss. I don't blame him. That's 7.5 years ago. I don't blame him.
No, it's hard to blame. I mean,
might take another 7.5.
And I think part of it is, they've been over it, but now we're reminding them. Now we're just poking the embers just to stoke the fire one last time to remind everybody of their miserable sports experiences. Way to bring everybody down with you, David.
I'm not asking you to feel this way today. I'm just asking in general. The last time a loss, all right, that's what I'm asking. The last time one of your teams lost a game in which the 48-hour rule, by the time the team has to move on, you have as well. When's the last time that you're like, oh, no, I carried that sucker with me for a while? Because, yeah. I'm just hoping to be over it by Saturday when the Panthers and the Oilers play so I can watch the final and enjoy it. I don't know, especially if Florida makes mincemeat of them. That'll just make it worse. Miller Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 50.
Sorry, Bill. The Ernest Biner fumble still lingers.
I think people are now trying to make up reasons. There's no way someone's hurt. If they hurt for 48 hours, it's one thing, but say they're still bothered by something that happened years and years and years ago. That's just insane. Insane, I tell you.
Correct. Spitz. Correct. Sonny, that's interesting because they won the national title the next year. So I'm surprised that one, I mean, that's weird, Empire.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour, 80, 87, 92 are your magic numbers. 80 days to week 0 of the college football season, 87 away from week 1, and 92 days away, 13 weeks tomorrow. Ravens and Chiefs getting things started in Kansas City. Then we'll do a little Packers and Eagles from Brazil. Full day of college ball. 2 more days of NFL ball. Let's go, baby. Starting to sound like John Forsland. That's hockey, baby. Hope to have him on later on in the week here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
As you're stirring up emotions this morning, David, your Rangers getting bounced in a 94 tribute highlight show was on last night and you couldn't watch.
Not interested.
Still bummed out about the loss on Saturday night.
Well, and the series loss, yeah, because I do think it was their best team in 30 years. And so is this going to happen? And am I only going to get one in my lifetime? I mean, I don't think I'm living another 30 years. I mean, that's the point I'm at here. I'm like, hey, guys, I'm more than halfway to the finish line here. Just one more, just one. That's all I'm asking for. Baseball team's the same way. Come on now. 38 years. Get it together.
Text line at 21,000 is wide open. 21000. If you've never texted before, you need to text the keyword FSN radio. One time, once you do that, you are behind the green door and can text at your heart's content. LSU Bama National Championship. LSU didn't cross the 50. The damn tuck rule game. A Michigan fan, Michigan TCU.
That's interesting, though. You come back the next year, you win the Natty.
Right. Now, but that's not what you're asking. You asked for which game lingered
That's
for more
true.
than 48 hours. So
That's true. That's fair. Yeah, I could see where that one bothered you a long time. Probably up until this year's playoff. Okay.
a Lightning fan that couldn't get over losing to the Panthers this year.
Wow. That's interesting with all the winning that you've done, but okay, I understand. Two franchises don't like one another.
And
And
this
that's
one's
true.
not sure the dagger will ever be removed when Chalmers hit the half-court three to push Memphis into overtime and beat them in the 08 championship.
Yep. John Calipari told his team to foul. They weren't able to pull it off. Doesn't seem like a hard thing to do. Team's got to go full court. I mean, it's not like that was a half court inbounds or anything. I mean, they're dribbling the ball up 75 feet. I mean, you got to be able to foul them, right? No? Oh, well. Hey, I have a question. Is baseball being hypocritical yesterday? Because I don't think they are. But a lot of people say that baseball was a bunch of hypocrites yesterday, suspending the Padres infielder for life for betting on baseball. Can we do a sidebar on him, by the way? So
the worst gambler ever.
Ohtani's interpreter.
You're going.
Yeah, Ohtani's interpreter is a legendarily good gambler compared to this kid.
And he's a loser.
A big loser.
Right.
But so this guy who's a Major League Baseball player, at least until yesterday, he won less than 5% of his bets on, wait for it, Major League Baseball. 5%. Less than 5%.
Yeah, that's not a good ratio. I mean,
I know the Pirates have been bad, and he was on the Pirates last year. He was on the Padres this year when he got banned for life. But last year he was injured with the Pirates. Apparently he bet on the Pirates a lot. Mark, the Pirates didn't lose every game. They lost a lot of games, but they won like 4 out of every 10. How are you losing every bet? Unbelievable. You call me mush. Huh.
That's what I was thinking. There's nobody that can call you mush ever again when we got this character, this
Marcano.
Marcano, there you go.
Right, and I say that because from now on, whenever we're going through a major, we're having a Marcano. Yeah.
And we're having a little Marcano right now.
We are, but I felt better about myself after seeing how bad this guy is.
Well, and I think I turned it around, David, and I didn't tell you this. I didn't have the heart to tell you because you were all set last week on us betting, or last weekend betting on a WNBA under.
No, I wanted the over, right?
Or you wanted the over. I'm sorry.
I analyzed it.
Right, laid it all out for us
Yep.
of why this is going to be an over. And David, I was prepared to bet you're over. But I just made the assumption that it was a Saturday and the game would be in the evening.
And it was in the afternoon.
And it was an afternoon game. And by the time I looked, the game had already tipped. In fact, the game was, I think, over by the time I looked. And I'll be damned if the 163 over under was a 71-70 final or something like that.
Exactly. It only missed by about 24 points from going over.
Right.
I was right there.
Missed it by that
much. Yep. So back to this Marcano guy. So Major League Baseball, and is it DraftKings or FanDuel? Which is their big one, but which is the third biggest sponsor that Major League Baseball has, by the way. Third biggest is either DraftKings or FanDuel, and I think it's DraftKings. That's their third biggest sponsor. This is the $10 billion industry here. Third biggest sponsor is a gaming service. And then, of course, they banned Marcano from life. They also gave 4 guys a 1-year suspension because the gambling that they did was in the minors. One of those guys spent the first 2 months of this season pitching for the Oakland A's, though. He's now banned for a year. So he's going to lose a lot more money than the other three guys because he's losing a major league salary for the next year, not a minor league one. But do you think baseball is hypocritical for what they did yesterday? Because I don't.
I don't either. I don't know what you're supposed to. I mean, if you're baseball, gambling's legal. Your fans are going to bet on the sport.
In 41 states, yeah, it is.
So you're supposed to neglect advertising revenue because the players can't bet on the game?
Plus, also to me, I mean, you can't, as a league, any league, you can't have your players betting on the games in the league they play in. You can't have it. Even if they're not playing in those games, you can't have it. They're subject to information. You can't have it. The integrity of the games would obviously be called into question. You want to bet the NFL? Fine. But if you're an NBA player, you can't bet on the NBA. Never mind on your team. I mean, is that outrageous to say out loud?
No, it's not. Not to me.
So, baseball, they got their sign, you bet on baseball, you're banned for life. This, by the way, the first person they've banned in like 90 years. Pete Rose agreed to it, and also it was a review after a year. Now, of course, they didn't review it for 25. But this is the first person that baseball has banned for life in a very long time. And it's certainly the first person banned since the 2018 Supreme Court ruling, which now took it from 4 places in this country that you could bet on sports to 40.
If that makes baseball hypocrites, it makes all the league hypocrites because they're all taking the gambling money.
But think about it this year, Mark. We've had an NBA player and a Major League Baseball player now banned for life.
Yeah. And we'll have more.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one thing that we've said for a long time, and it's not ours, what can't you fix? You can't fix stupid.
But also, who's catching them? The betting services. The betting services are reporting these guys to the NBA and Major League Baseball. You're better off dealing with Tony on the street corner, paying in cash. The starting 5 is next.
On the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food.
How about that? How about the Oilers coach there? Wow.
Talk about, man, when they go and play in Buffalo next year. Oh, my goodness.
He'd sat on that one for a while.
Man. That's when you want to say, hey, Chris, who do you root for? Yeah, Kilo's dad. I listened to the general manager on MLB Network Radio Sunday morning live, and he said the manager's doing a great job, and his key hitters are all turning it around, and, you wait. We'll be there. Okay. That's an interesting question, DC. Should an active player be allowed to do a commercial for a gambling website or casino? If they're legal, how can you deny them, right? I mean, unless the sport he's in bans all gambling, and they usually all just ban gambling on their sport.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millermoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You know what? There's a lot more wings in this basket than you would think. For this time of year, no NBA Finals, no Stanley Cup Finals. You're thinking, what the heck happened in sports yesterday? I'll tell you what happened in sports yesterday. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
We're going to have a much bigger conversation about this next hour, but there are still 14 states that do not allow high school athletes to receive any form of NIL compensation. But Florida is no longer one of them. The FHSAA unanimously approved, beginning immediately, high school athletes' ability to receive NIL payment. And 2 wide receivers, Mark, yesterday within an hour of the FHSAA board vote, signed deals with American Eagle. Jamie French and Vernell Brown. French, a 5-star wide receiver. Brown, a 4-star wide receiver. Reportedly signed for $5,000 each with American Eagle. Now, the Florida Coaches Coalition came out and said, well, we're in support of high school athletes being able to receive NIL, but when are the coaches going to start to make some money? They pointed out that at least 85% of all high school football coaches in the state of Florida earn less than what those 2 wide receivers signed for with American Eagle yesterday. Don't know if anything can be done about that. For the record, Alabama, still one of the 14 without high school athletes being allowed to receive NIL. I'll go through it quickly and alphabetically. Alabama, Hawaii, Indiana, Michigan, Mississippi, Montana, North Carolina, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. So some biggies there. Texas
and Ohio.
Yeah. And throw in some Michigan, even though population is not what it used to be and the high school football isn't either, but still. But Texas and Ohio, still NIL not allowed. We'll see if that continues. Major League Baseball. It was talked about that it was going to happen yesterday, and sure enough, it did. By noon, MLB made official the suspending of infielder Tucupita Marcano, suspending him for life. He placed hundreds of bets on baseball, including on the Pirates when he played for them last year. 4 others were banned a year for gambling. They bet on baseball, but they were in the minors when they placed the bets, even though one of those players, pitcher Michael Kelly, is with the Oakland A's this year. But when he placed the bets, he was in the minor leagues. And it doesn't matter, by the way, if you're on the 40-man roster or not. Minors is minors, majors is majors. You bet on baseball in the majors, you're banned for life. Bet on baseball in the minors, it's a year suspension. Oh, yeah. And the same day, boy, they wrapped everything up nice and neat with Ohtani's best friend and interpreter, Ippy Muzahara. By the way, if you have a last name that starts with M, you know, Miller, Moulton, Marcano, Mizuhara, do you think should we just stay away from gambling if you have a last name that starts with M?
Unless you have a bird crap on your head.
Right?
Then, David, you start gambling again.
If you missed it yesterday, Mark apparently had that happen to him over the weekend. He is convinced that that is a sign that good things.
It's good luck, David.
Good. Really? That's good luck. I have a question along those lines. That's considered good luck.
Yes.
Why is it, by the way, when you hit the hole in one, you buy the drinks? Never understood that. You got the hole in one. Shouldn't they be buying you the drink?
It's a very accurate statement, but I am still waiting for that point when I can buy others drinks. I've been playing this game a long time and still have never had an ace.
I think we all are. So anyway, Ohtani's best friend and interpreter, Ippy Muzahara, he pled guilty yesterday to 2 federal counts of bank and tax fraud. He'll be sentenced in October. He faces a maximum of 33 years in federal prison. And just like that, Mark, Major League Baseball says, well, our investigation's over. Nothing more to see here.
We're moving on. Ohtani said we just want to move on from this.
Win a World Series.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Nothing to see here. The story, it holds up. Sure it does.
And if it doesn't, we don't care.
You know, Mark Miller's, Ohtani and I'm Mizuhara. Mark would have no idea that I was stealing millions from him and, using it to cover. Didn't even know that I was gambling. We only spend all the time together. I mean, he needs me to talk to people. I'm his interpreter, for goodness sakes.
And I need him to watch soccer with me.
Right. But for you, Mark, just for your enjoyment.
Right.
Me, meanwhile, excuse me, I have to get up and make a phone call. I'm betting millions. Major League Baseball yesterday. Rays, they were down 3-0. They scored 9 unanswered. Brandon Lau with a 3-run homer to get things started. Tampa Bay 9-5 over Miami. 8-5 Cleveland over Kansas City. Guardians scored 5 in the 7th, 3 of the runs unearned. Guardians lead now 5 over the Royals. Yankees, guess what, Mark? They played the Twins.
And guess what? They won.
The Yankees beat the Twins?
Wow.
What? Gleyber Torres and Giancarlo Stanton both homered in a 5-1 Yankees win over the Twins. Boy, they don't beat them at all. Baltimore got 2 homers, 5 RBIs from Ryan Mountcastle in a 10-1 win over Toronto. Phillies, Nick Castellanos with the walk-off in the 10th was a double, 2-1 Phillies over Milwaukee. Braves 8-3 over Boston. Max Fried, 7 innings. He's pitching well. They need him. They need him and Sale to stay healthy. Mets double up Washington 6-3. Alonso and Bader both homered. White Sox had lost 11 in a row. They had a 5-0 lead, and the rains came. But the rain stopped. They went back to playing. And so, of course, the Cubs came back and beat the White Sox 7-6 at Wrigley. They've lost 12 in a row. Goodness. Tigers hit 2 homers. Detroit's over 500. Got 4 teams in that division over 500. 3-1
Best
over
division in baseball, David. Because that's what we all thought heading into the season.
You do know the White Sox are in it, though. That could really hurt that claim. I mean, you got, 3 decent teams, 1 close to decent, and the White Sox. Seattle beat Oakland 4-3 in Oakland to increase their division lead to 5.5. Okay, Tuesday night in Oakland, guess the attendance, Seattle in town, over under 5,000.
I'm going to go under.
Over 56-24. Thank you, and drive home safely. Astros 8-5 over the Cards. Reds, Montas through 7 one-hit innings. L.A. de la Cruz with a homer that's still traveling. 4-1 Reds over the Rockies. Pirates beat the Dodgers 1-0. Angels with their first home series win of the year. Took till June to take 2 out of 3 from somebody. They took the first 2 against the Padres. They beat them 4-2 yesterday. And the D-backs have won 4 in a row, while the Giants have lost 5 in a row. Arizona 8. San Francisco 5. Marlins designated for assignment outfielder Avisel Garcia, who was one of the last moves that Jeter made before he walked away from the Marlins. Turned out to be a bust of a deal. 4 years, $53 million. Injury plague, 2+ seasons, declining production. They released the 32-year-old outfielder. They still have to pay him $24 million over the next year and a half. Ouch. College softball. Give it up to the Gators. They beat Oklahoma Monday to force a showdown yesterday. Had a 5-2 lead on the Sooners in the 4th, and Oklahoma just kept coming and coming and coming. They tied them, and they caught them, and they passed them. They beat them 6-5 and 8. So the top 2 teams in the country, Texas and Oklahoma, will play a best of 3 starting tonight for the College World Series title.
There's just not a hole in the lineup for Oklahoma. I mean, it is so hard. And that gal threw 140 pitches and just kept going and going and got some big outs.
And that's after she threw 130 the day before.
Right. Well, it's softball. You can do that.
I understand. I just wanted to point it out. NFL news, Christian McCaffrey. The Niners, they said, you know what? You deserve a raise, which is something because I think he was the highest paid running back in the league. But they said, tell you what we're going to do. This year and next year, you're under contract. We're going to throw you $8 million. So consider that we're going to give you a $4 million raise each of the next 2 years, and we'll add 2 years to it. 2 years for $38 million. So how about $19 million a year, Christian? What do you say? Think about that. And he's under contract for 4 more years. Wow. Wow.
I mean, he's making number 2 receiver money.
Uh,
A little more, but it was a joke.
Maybe in Carolina he is. French Open, Djokovic had to withdraw. Apparently he tore a medial knee ligament. His status for Wimbledon is up in the air. This is the first time Djokovic at 37 has ever had to withdraw from a major. And he was about to play in the quarters. So Casper Ruud gets a walkover into the semis. Meanwhile, the 2-seed Sinner and the 3-seed Alcaraz both won yesterday. They're going to play each other in the semis later in the week. Coco Gauff needed 3 sets to get to the semis, where she'll face top seed Swiatek tomorrow. Parnelli Jones, 90 years of age, won the 63 Indy 500, was a legendary race car driver and owner. Parnelli Jones died yesterday. Gino Auriemma is 70. He spent the last 2 years talking about, I'm not going to be doing this much longer. Well, that's funny. He signed a 5-year extension yesterday worth nearly $19 million. Takes him through the decade. What happened to him walking away sooner rather than later? Man, people change their mind all the time. And it's been reported by just about everybody who covers the NBA, Mark, that after the NBA Finals, J.J. Redick's going to be named the next coach of the Lakers. All right, I got a nomination for a poll question when it happens. Doug Gottlieb to Green Bay or J.J. Redick to the Lakers? Which one is more whoo?
You know what? That's a great question because they're both out there.
They are. And you and I are fans of, not recycling coaches and taking chances and, but that's out there. And in Green Bay's case, they're like, not only Gottlieb as coach, hell, we'll let you still do your talk show.
In fact, you can simulcast the post game if you'd like.
I will say a nice announcement yesterday. They said that Gottlieb and Green Bay are going to open up their tenure together at his alma mater, Oklahoma State. Cool. Nice touch. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
See, there's a lot of meat on that bone. Got a Marcano, got a Mizahara, got a McCaffrey. Miller Moulton just into the alliteration. That's all.
No one needs a Mazahara.
Well,
no one.
No. Well, I have to admit, if he's going to take the fall for you, you could argue everybody needs a Mizahara. If you believe he's taking the fall. Do you think he's taking the fall?
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
Yes. Tell you what, though, 33 years in federal prison. I mean, it's like, hey, come on now. Somebody's got to work on them sentencing guidelines. I mean, I'll take a fall, but come on now. It's a little more than a fall.
Where's the good behavior here?
Yeah, that's a crash. I was hoping for a sudden stop. What is this?
Not a lot of interpreter jobs available in the clink.
No, I don't think there are. So, Miller and Moulton. We will at some point next hour talk about whether or not should high school athletes get NIL. Our poll question today is, which underdog do you give the better shot to win the finals? Edmonton in the Stanley Cup final, Dallas in the NBA final. Most of our audience is saying Dallas. Dallas is a much bigger betting underdog than the Oilers. Much. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd.
So my price tag.
A little nervous going to Michigan. The weather, I mean, it could snow next week. You don't have no idea what's going to happen. Might have to wear pants.
I did wear socks and sneakers with my shorts and collared shirt to the hockey game Saturday. I did put on a pair of socks and sneakers. That was my, because the arena is cold. And so I said, tell you what, just make sure that your feet are warm. You'll be fine. And I was. So that was my, to the conditions, Mark, to the elements.
You've got to. I understand.
I mean, still had shorts and my master shirt, but.
No, I will not be going to any of the Blades games.
They ain't cheap.
They don't give me free tickets.
Haven't for a while.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Our numbers are 80, 87, and 92 to the football season begins, depending on when it is you feel it begins. Week 0 of college, week 1 of college. That's 80 or 87, or 13 weeks tomorrow, 92 days away, Ravens and Chiefs, depending on what it is that, makes it work for you. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan coming up 1 hour from now. The word was yesterday this was going to happen. We did say so on the show, but we didn't get into it at all. And it happened. Florida joined 35 other states in the District of Columbia in allowing high school athletes to receive NIL. We're on in 5 locations. One of them is Huntsville, Alabama. Alabama is one of the 14 states that still does not allow high school athletes to receive any form of compensation. What side of the issue do you come down on here?
Well, I hate the idea of high school athletes getting NIL. But I don't know how you can have NIL and not open it up to everyone.
Why?
Because 14-year-old athletes have 1 million followers on Instagram. Basketball players on Instagram have hundreds of thousands of followers. They're marketable people. Why shouldn't they be able to benefit from their abilities?
I guess the problem that I have with it is, come on, college sports has been big business for a long time. So, you and I were 20 years ahead of the argument about athletes getting compensation. We were in favor of it last century. Most people have only come around to it in the last however many years.
If they come around to it at all.
Exactly. But those are for-profit, at least the major sports are for-profit entities. And I understand some high school sports make real money, but I mean, Mark, I mean, a lot of high schools struggle to pay the bills. A lot of high schools have to dip into elsewhere just to cover for sports. Even football and basketball. I mean, you and I have lived in Florida for a quarter century. They don't have 40,000 seat stadiums in Florida.
No, and Florida's now one of the best high school basketball states in the country as well, and no one really attends high school basketball in the state of Florida. I come from a state where people went to games, where cities shut down when games were played.
So I guess that's the part that I'm having trouble reconciling here, is that it's tough for me to think of high school athletics as big business, as even for profit, to be honest. And I understand the Florida Coaches Coalition came out yesterday and said, our coaches are making like $2,000. Are we going to ever start paying the coaches so they can continue to coach? Because a lot of coaches and officials have had to walk away in many states because it's like, I can't afford to keep doing this. I love it, but I can't spend all this time away from my family for $2,500. Can't do it. So I'm curious, we're on in 5 locations. One of them's in Alabama. 4 of them are in Florida. Florida has said, okay, yeah, high school athletes, knock yourself out. Go get an NIL. Alabama's like, no, I don't think so.
And David, I guess the problem I have is that if it were true NIL, if it were name, image, and likeness, where the kid was out doing the deal and
earning the $5,000,
the local restaurant wanted to sponsor Jimmy Smith because he's a really good point guard for the team. And they want to let him do some ads and stuff like that, and they want to let him earn it. And that would be one thing. I guess at the end of the day is that I know how the college system is just pay for play. NIL's, it's a lie.
Of course.
And so on the surface, I'm for NIL. The problem I have with it, and I'm not trying to be on both sides of this issue, but if it were true NIL, I have no problem with it. It's not. It's pay for play.
Right. But what you are envisioning, which I love, by the way, is the local restaurateur who gives Jimmy Smith, as you called it, whatever, and then literally does the ad with Jimmy Smith, in which Jimmy goes, Mark, I've been eating at your restaurant, seemingly my whole life. Jimmy's a hell of a point guard on the team. Make sure you go out and support them. But when they're done playing, Jimmy and the guys come where? And he goes, we come to your restaurant, Mark. Okay. Join Jimmy and the guys after their big game at, Mark Steiner. That's what you're envisioning, right?
Yes. Yes. I'm not envisioning the local dealership giving the linemen all brand new vehicles so they can drive around in them to do nothing for it.
All right, then I'm going to hold you. By the way, I would have voted no. And maybe that makes me a hypocrite, but I would have just drawn the line between college and high school. I'm like, listen, one's big business. One is not. Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, hey, there are rules until you become quote unquote an adult. To me, I kind of look at this like you're not an adult yet. You're not. Once you're an adult, you can get an NIL.
So in your world, then, if I turned 18 at some point during my senior year, I could start making money? Well,
no. I know, but you took me literally when I was using it as an analogy. I said the difference to me between college and high school is college is when you're an adult in the business world. To me, high school, you're not. It's not. It's not big business. It's not a for-profit enterprise. You can't convince me high school sports makes money. I'm sorry. And I know you're going to tell me about your school, and I don't mean you, Mark. Somebody's going to say, I'm sure there are some high schools, they're very good and everything. They make a few bucks. That's great. But high school sports is not a for-profit enterprise. It's not. I'm sorry. I'll go to my death on that. Like someone's saying in Hoover, Alabama, it is. Great. Okay. It's not throughout the state of Alabama. It's not. It's providing an opportunity to play. That's what it is. There are college athletic departments that give millions back to the general student fund. There are some that give 10 million back to the general student fund. That's how profitable it is. So, Mark, I would have voted no. And if you called me a hypocrite and what have you, I'd take it. If you were voting yesterday, how would you have voted? And you're obviously torn.
No, I'm very torn because, like I've said, high school athletics, David, are similar to college athletics in this, that the high school athlete doesn't have, if he's a true high school athlete, he doesn't have time to get a job to make any extra scratch. He doesn't.
It's hard. It is. I'll grant you that.
So if it were true NIL, where your name, image, and likeness, you could sell that for something, I would be for it. The pay-for-play idea drives me nuts. But reluctantly, I would have voted yes.
You would have voted yes. Okay. Any limits at all? Or, hey, once you go free enterprise, you go free enterprise?
I don't know how you could put limits on it. I'd love to, but I don't know how you can put limits on NIL.
Okay. Is there any way in your world, because we're on different sides of this, but let's just say you've got the votes and I'm trying to modify this bill in some way. Are we going to be sticklers as to drawing a clear line between NIL and pay for play?
I would love to. I would be all for that.
Because like you tell me, within an hour yesterday in the state of Florida, a 5-star wide receiver prospect and a 4-star wide receiver prospect, Jamie French and Vernell Brown, signed NIL deals with American Eagle. Reportedly, each deal was $5,000. Now, I have no idea what they're going to do. Wear their product? Do we think they're going to be in ads? I don't.
Maybe they're going to wear their product on their Instagram page and promote it that way.
Right.
That's
right.
Social media.
Sure. So
TikTok videos, etc.
Okay.
And if they have the followings, then that could be worth the money. I don't know.
And their 7-on-7 football team promoted their NIL signings, by the way. They sent it out. They actually were the ones that announced the signing. So it's a South Florida AAU team. So do you think there's a way, by the way, to put that in the quote-unquote legislation? For what it's worth, by the way, it passed unanimously. The FHSAA Board of Directors passed this unanimously. And you and I have followed the FHSAA for a good quarter century here. They're a lot like Congress and the Supreme Court. It's tough to get unanimous about what day of the week it is. So they're all in.
And there's no going back. I don't see this ever being rescinded, if you know what I mean.
If I had brought up the age restriction, would you have done that?
To what age? 16?
Well, I don't know. Well, remember, I gave the adult analogy. There are things in this country. You can't rent a car till you're 25. Can't drink till you're 21. I'm just curious, if you're a state that's considering NIL, do you limit it to athletes of a certain age? Do you have to be 18, 17? Because I went to college at 17. You can graduate high school at 17. I finished first semester of college at 17. So, I might be inclined to say, if we want to put an age restriction in, instead of 18, let's go 17.
And I might go 16 because I think that's when you can start working.
Okay. So would you have put an age restriction in, or would you have just gritted your teeth and said?
I would have tried to put an age restriction in at 16.
Okay.
but I don't think they would have let that fly.
That is a good point you bring up, that if you're a dedicated high school athlete, it is tough to work during your season. I mean, maybe on weekends, but,
They want you training. I mean,
I
between
understand.
the travel programs, between the AAU programs, you're playing this year round, whatever sport you're playing.
Yeah, I know. And that's crap.
I don't disagree.
So just curious, your thoughts. Do you think the high school athlete should receive NIL? Florida now says yes.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims.
The College Football Hall of Fame class, or in whatever list, came out a couple days ago too.
It's funny. God, great minds think alike. I was saving it for 7:38.
Perfect. That's why I brought it up. We can always get through a short segment.
I took my share out yesterday.
I saw that. Oh, it'll happen, Adam. It already happens. You can work at 14 in Florida? Really? Okay. I was wrong.
All jobs at 14?
With a permit. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, which underdog do you give the best shot of coming home with the trophy? Dallas in the NBA Finals. Finals get underway tomorrow night in Boston. What is it? Celtics minus 220, which means you can get Dallas at like plus 180, 190. I mean, you can damn near get 2-for-1 on the Mavs. Do you like that?
I do.
So you're going to take the Mavs to win the series? From a betting standpoint?
From a betting standpoint, well, not only from a betting standpoint, from a picking standpoint, I think Dallas is going to upset Boston.
Ooh. Boy, that'd be something lingering into next year for those guys. But so I'm right about those odds, right? Boston's minus 220 and Dallas is like plus 180, plus 190 to win the series. Meanwhile, Edmonton is a slight underdog in the Stanley Cup final. I think Florida's minus 130. So Edmonton's like plus, 110.
I've got Florida minus 140 and Edmonton plus 110, David.
Now, I know when Edmonton made the coaching change, and since then they actually, nobody had more points the rest of the year. Because remember, shortly after they made the coaching change, didn't they win like 16 in a row or something ridiculous like that? But nobody had more points from the moment Edmonton hired this Chris Knobloch guy than any other team in the league. Little sidebar here. Did you see what Knobloch said yesterday?
Oh, man. Knobloch, when asked about if Stanley Cup experience matters. Talked about all the experience.
Finals experience. Right.
Finals experience. How much experience that the Panthers have compared to them. And he didn't like the question from the word go. Knew it was coming. And said, they've got a lot of experience, and that's great. And sure, it'll help them. But ask the Buffalo Bills what is Super Bowl experience is, how good that's worked out for them. He went Buffalo Bills.
Whoa! Because, you're sitting in the room, it's hockey. Bunch of hockey guys. The question's obvious. Panthers were in the finals last year. Okay, good chunk of that team's back. So they've got experience in the finals. Edmonton hasn't been in the finals in 18 years. How many guys on the Oilers have any experience in the finals? Wayne Gretzky just went on TV, Wayne Gretzky, and said to me the hockey season is 4 different seasons. And he had the regular season and he broke it into 2 halves. And he said, then you have the Stanley Cup playoffs and then you have the finals. So Gretzky said that the finals are a different animal than any other thing yet you experience.
And he would know. He's raised the trophy a few times.
A few, yeah. Been in the finals a few times. Right. And Chris Knobloch goes, well, ask the Buffalo Bills how helpful experience was. Whoa. Damn. Was that necessary?
Got his point across.
It sure did. Golly.
And he's really
nice, mild-mannered guy.
Mild guy. Even when he said it, he didn't say it with venom. He just said it matter-of-factly.
He just flippantly goes, well, ask them how much that helped. There was a part of me that felt badly for I'm like, oh, man, is it too soon or can he go there? It's been 30 years. Damn, that's cold. That is cold.
It is.
But if you think
actually accurate.
Yeah, it is. So now it's not like Edmonton plays in Buffalo very often. I think they play once a year, but boy, oh boy. If you're a Sabres fan, they'll pack the place because Connor McDavid's in the house. But man, oh man, you got to say, don't you have to do coaches' introductions? Whether you normally do that or not, if you're the Sabres PA, don't you have to introduce the coach of the Edmonton Oilers just so that your faithful can really let them have it for 10 seconds?
Hey, we just need more crowd shots after goals of the Edmonton audience.
Oh,
okay?
Oh,
that's
boy.
what we need more of.
Oh, boy.
That is a fan base that I can certainly support, David. Even though that particular fan didn't need any support whatsoever.
There's video out there of the Edmonton Oilers fans in Dallas supporting Edmonton on their road to the Stanley Cup Finals. And there was one pretty healthy young lady, and she just wore her Edmonton Oilers jersey, and that was it. And then felt the need after the Oilers scored a goal to go up 3-0 to just, feel the breeze that was, circulating through the arena. And then showed all the world to see because the person next to her was videotaping her.
That's how you celebrate a goal.
And it got a few people's attention on social media.
Still rooting for the Panthers.
So, yeah. It's out there in case you want to find it.
Panther fans, I want to see you show the same sort of enthusiasm that the Edmonton fans are showing.
Don't know if that's necessary, but okay.
Florida, you've been challenged by the province of Alberta.
Have they been challenged? I haven't
been challenged, David.
Are you sure you're taking it as a challenge? I haven't heard an official. This isn't like 2 mayors betting.
No, it's It's bigger than that.
Well, it certainly wasn't her case. So it's our poll question: which underdog has the better shot? And it's funny, overwhelming majority of our audience in early voting is saying, oh, Dallas. Absolutely, the Mavs over the Celtics. Dallas is a 2-1 underdog. Edmonton's damn near a toss-up, which I think is completely off base. I think this is, star power winning the day. I'm shocked the odds are this. I literally, and I don't use this word often. I don't like to use the word great very often, and I don't like to use the word shocked. I will be shocked if Edmonton wins a cup. Shocked. There are two lines, one defensive pair, and that's it. Honestly, they're at most a 10-man team. At most. I would be shocked if they could beat the deepest team in hockey. Shocked. I think they'd be the worst Stanley Cup champion maybe of my lifetime.
I mean, didn't we have a Kings team that was around 500 win it? Or no, they got to the finals. They didn't win it.
Right.
That's right. They didn't win it.
Right. Eventually, at the end of the day, the run stopped.
Right.
Right. Usually in the finals, the run stops. Montreal, a few years ago, which was
Bubble
maybe
run, which was a joke.
Yes. Okay. And then they got stopped in 5 by Tampa Bay. I mean, that's what I'm expecting here, quite frankly. I'm expecting this, that, first couple games will be interesting, and then I think it's going to be varsity, junior varsity. I really do. Am I crazy?
The best player in the world's on one team. Their power play's lethal.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough to win 2 games by itself.
Okay. That's our poll question, though. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Which underdog, Dallas or Edmonton, do you give the best shot?
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor,
Well, RCB, and this is not in any way sour grapes, but the Panthers play a physical style. The officials, just like in football, they have to determine, okay, what level of physicality are we going to allow? That this is the way this series is going to go. And there's no doubt the Panthers do a great job of interfering. They do. Okay. It's not blatant, it's subtle. Every now and then it's blatant. And, once you set the tone of a physical series, the officials kind of start to allow a little bit more stuff to go. To me, it'll be fascinating how they officiate McDavid and the Oilers. Fascinating. Because it's not like Florida's going to not hit them. I mean, Barkov's going to follow them everywhere. I mean, the 5-on-5 stats. Kucherov did not have a 5-on-5 goal. Pasternak had one, and Panarin had none. Because the goal he scored late was when they pulled the goalie, and Kucherov's lone goal was on the power play. So Barkov took the three best forwards in the first three rounds and gave up one 5-on-5 goal. And yes, DC, if I was Chris Knobloch, I would channel my inner Phil Jackson, Pat Riley. I'd be working the officials now. I'd be talking about, they knocked a Ranger. I don't know if it was Vesey or Wheeler. The guy, with a clear headshot in the middle of the ice. The puck was nowhere near him. They did it to another one. What's his face? Bennett on Marchand. If this is gamesmanship here. If I'm the Edmonton coach, I'm pointing it out now. Can't hurt. Canadian media will eat it up. Well, DC, that power play they gave McDavid in Edmonton in Game 6, right?
Yeah.
That was a love tap in the back by playoff standards, and if that's going to be a penalty, Florida could have some problems. Yeah, somebody said that the Panthers have to do whatever they can to get that kid shirtless behind the Edmonton bench in Edmonton. Whatever they have to do.
No, they're not a dirty
No,
team.
not at all, Irish. Not at all.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Seth Everett joins us at that time. Pat Kirwan joins us 1 hour from now. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question, which underdog in the finals you given the best shot to win the series? Edmonton in the Stanley Cup final? Dallas in the NBA finals? And I say Dallas, and I will be shocked if Edmonton wins. Shocked. Florida the better goalie, Florida more experienced, Florida far deeper. Edmonton's got the two best players in the series. And I think the Panthers have numbers like 3 through 9.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I think your point's well taken.
Okay. Evander Kane, third best Edmonton Oiler?
No, Hyman. Got 50
Okay.
goals. I mean, he's got 50 goals this year, David. He's
Well,
a 50 goal scorer.
I
That's
got
not
it.
easy to do.
It's not. It's helpful though if you have a McDavid or a Draisaitl.
I got you.
It is. But okay. But is that fair though? If we
And then probably Nugent Hopkins before.
okay, I think Florida has 7 of the top 10 players in the series.
That I'm not going to argue with.
Okay. So there you go. It's a fascinating series though. Florida's never won the Cup. Edmonton hasn't won it in 34 years. Canada hasn't won it in 31 years. But this is one of my favorite topics. And Mark, you may walk off the show, but there's a Hall of Fame to talk about.
Oh, College Football Hall of Fame. I saw the list come out the other day.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Urban Meyer's on it.
So, and Nick Saban's on
Well,
it.
I know. But Urban's on it.
Well, yes, he is. Now, come on. I mean, they're slam dunks, right?
Slam dunks.
I mean, come on. Nick and Urban, just please. We're not going to insult anybody and make them wait. Okay. Here's my thing about the College Football Hall of Fame. Some of these guys, to me, were far better professionally than they were in college.
And some were far better collegiately than their pro career was. And I don't know how this is weighed out. Because I think you're right on, David. I looked at some of these names, and to me, they're automatic College Football Hall of Famers, but some didn't have pro careers or great pro careers.
But I have to admit, Mark, I find, how you and I go through the NFL list, and we even look, when they get to the finalists, the 15 names that they have, and you and I every year are like, 12 or 13 of these are like easy. They're Hall of Famers. I mean, wow, how do we keep not putting these guys in? I mean, Mark, I got to be honest. There's 60 names. 60 names. And over half of them to me are like, well, that guy was a great college football player. Not a good one, not a very good one. I mean, that's a great college football player. Not necessarily like Peter Warrick, who was drafted, 4th overall, was a disappointing NFL player. Peter Warrick on Saturdays? I mean, I didn't see Herschel and Bo in person in college. I mean, I've only seen one other college player, and I mean this, and I've seen a lot of good college football since the mid-'80s. I've only seen one other college player who I thought was more dynamic than Peter Warrick, and that was Michael Vick. And I know Percy Harvin, I know Cam Newton. Trust me, got it. Really, I do. Peter Warrick, whoo-wee. And Vick's on the ballot. We got a bunch of guys in the state of Florida who played in the state of Florida, a bunch of Alabama, Auburn guys for our Huntsville audience who are on the ballot. I don't know how you narrow this list down.
I don't either. Kajana Carter was the name that I saw in there. As a collegiate, that's a College Football Hall of Famer.
Right. Not as a Bengal.
No.
But at Penn State?
But at Penn State?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is a tough list because there are some, and I was struggling to find, I knew you were doing this and I did not. Look at the Florida players that are on this list.
Okay, well, I wrote them down. Alex Brown, a Gator. Brad Culpepper. Those are the 2 Gators. 3 Canes. Ken Dorsey. Darren Smith. Sean Taylor. Well, I'd go Dorsey and Taylor.
Automatic.
Easily. Okay. Janikowski and Warwick are the 2 Knowles. Now, listen, I love the Janikowski story. I was actually holding the camera when Bobby Bowden gave the Janikowski line about the national championship, and he missed curfew, and he said, well, we're going to hold them to our international rules. I mean, the camera was bouncing up and down because I was giggling. All right. I mean, but I'm not going to vote for Janikowski. Come on, he's a kicker. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry, not going to do it. But I mean, Mark Ingram's on the list. Oh, I mean, come on. On the Heisman Trophy, he's got to go in. Manti Te'o's on the list. Now you can say as many jokes as you want, but at some point, Manti Te'o as a college football player, Manti Te'o was a great college linebacker. He was.
No arguments here.
Insert joke here.
You can put all the jokes you want, but it doesn't take away from what he did on the field as a collegian.
I mean, Takeo Spikes at Auburn. Listen, we saw him play in person. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer. Boy, was he an exciting player. Steve Slayton at West Virginia. Richard Seymour at Georgia. Now, once again, he was a better pro than he was college player. Two-time SEC, first-team All-American one year. He was a better pro, but I don't know if I'd vote for him for the College Football Hall of Fame. I mean, let me ask you this. If you win like the Outland Trophy, is that enough to get you in the College Football Hall of Fame?
I think so.
Well, then like Chris Samuels, Alabama tackle. Unanimous first-team All-American and won the Outland Trophy. Simeon Rice.
Well, Monte Ball's on this list too, right? From Wisconsin?
Yeah. Antoine Randall L's on the list.
Monte Ball's a two-time first-team All-American. He walks it. So I don't know how you whittle this down, David. I really don't.
I know. And some great names. I don't like Ken Norton Jr. I think he was a better pro than college player, but he was first-team All-American one year at UCLA.
Well, Aaron Donald.
Better on Sundays.
Better on Sunday, but he won the Bednarik, the Lombardi, and the Nagurski and the Outland trophies all in 1 year.
I mean, as college quarterbacks go, none of these guys did much in the NFL, but Ken Dorsey, Kellen Moore, and Josh Heupel. I mean, as college quarterbacks.
Well, and I saw this guy play. Garrison Hurst is on the list. He got hurt as a pro. You watched him play at the University of Georgia. That guy was amazing on Saturday. Amazing, David.
Now, Marshawn Lynch was a better player on Sundays than Saturdays. He was first-team All-American, though, at Cal. Led the Pac-12 at the time, Pac-10 in rushing a couple times. Todd Light, Notre Dame defensive back, two-time first-team All-American. And was on the last team for Notre Dame that won the national title. Okay, Ryan Leaf.
You beat me to it.
Do we go there? Finished third in the Heisman. It was interesting. He was first-team All-American in 97, not Peyton. Just throwing that out there. I would not vote Ryan Leaf as a college football Hall of Famer. To me, he had one great year. I don't think I'm putting him in the Hall of Fame. I know you only get 3 or 4. I get it. I would not vote for Ryan Leaf. It has nothing to do with what he did on Sundays and what have you. James Laurinaitis, the Ohio State linebacker.
It's a 3-time All-American.
Exactly. I mean,
That's a college football Hall of Famer right there, David.
You know, Deshaun Jackson was a 2-time first-team All-American in college. At Cal. You know, there's just, all right, you know, no longer with us. Ironhead, Craig Hayward. He had the one great year, led the nation in rushing, top 5 in the Heisman. But I mean, this list is unbelievable. Marvin Harrison at Syracuse. Marvin Harrison. I never thought he was going to be that great on Sundays, but Marvin Harrison was a problem on Saturdays. I know nobody watched Syracuse football, but he was a problem. Like you said, I mean, John Henderson, the Tennessee defensive tackle, he was a beast. 2-time first-team All-American, won the Outland Trophy. Have we not just named 25 Hall of Famers?
It seems like it.
I mean, Kevin Hardy. Here's another guy. Did nothing in the pros, but I remember Byron Hanspard at Texas Tech, the running back. He was tremendous. This is the College Football Hall of Fame.
Do any of the coaches get in that aren't Urban or Nick?
You know, they usually don't say no to the coaches. Usually once you make the list, you go in. I mean, don't get me
Tommy
wrong.
Tuberville's on the list. He's not a Hall of Famer.
I don't think
Darryl Rogers is on the list.
All right. But they put R.C. Slocum in, Mark. I mean, come on.
But Larry Coker's on the list.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Greatest guy. Honestly, there aren't 10 nicer people that have ever coached college football than Larry Coker. And he was very good to us over the years.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
No, he's not. Now, they'd beaten Ohio State in overtime. Would that have changed things? If he had gone back to back? Is he a controversial pass interference call away from being a Hall of Famer? But no, you and I are voting for Nick and Urban, and we're saying to the others, you guys were tremendous. But Ralph Friedgen's on the list. No.
But the College Football Hall of Fame list and the players in and of itself, I don't know how they are going to be able to get through this list.
Oh, my goodness. I'm with you. I just... And I do feel badly for the other coaches, too. Because, I mean, how many coaches are they going to want to put in? And obviously, Nick and Urban are walking right in. And they should. You know, Larry Blakeney at Troy. A remarkable 25 years. I'd be shocked if he gets in this year. But so there's 60 names that are nominated for the College Football Hall of Fame. Apparently, those that are eligible to vote have the whole month of June to vote. Apparently, they tabulate the votes on July 1st. They don't let us know for quite a while after that, but apparently voting ends July 1. I want to find out how many you can vote for. I mean, is this like baseball where you can only vote for 10, or can you just, can I check mark 32 guys here?
Yeah, I do not know.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I mean, people who are looking at the list now, Willie Gault's on the list.
I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but Flozell Adams for Michigan State was one hell of a tackle. Flozell the Hotel, they called him.
He was a big man. So it's a College Football Hall of Fame list. It's pretty interesting. And then you have, once again, you're going to use what they did on Sunday to help or hurt their cause. In theory, it shouldn't be either, right?
Shouldn't have a thing to do with it.
But we all know it does.
100%. It's tough to separate.
Because if you're in the one on Sunday, by the way, it is remarkable how many guys get in the Pro Football Hall of Fame before they get in the College Football Hall of Fame. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan, coming up next hour.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed
Hi, Seth.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. Why do I have two of you? I feel very matrixy.
Well, the reason is that the computer, the view of the side of my face further away, that computer has to be on in order for me to hear you and David.
Got it.
And so the other one's on so I can actually in the studios because I can't see that monitor. So they're trying to make some adjustments here as I'm now the producer of our show as well as the co-host.
Got it. Oh, I see. Because of Trent.
Yeah, damn Trent.
Damn Trent. I gotcha. We okay with the shade open? I think we closed the shade. The lighting seems a little off. Yeah, now I look like a person.
What were you thinking before?
Just glowing a little bit. It was 86 and humid yesterday, and today it is 65 and not humid, for this hour. So we are going windows.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Windows. Hate Macs. Get it?
Mm-hmm. Got
You
it.
got that? You saw what I did there?
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. What are we talking about today? I'm excited.
I don't know. We're just going to talk a little gambling. We're just going to talk Stanley Cup Finals. Okay, you're rooting for the Canadian team.
Easily. Gotta. 31 years. It's got to be Edmonton.
What about never?
Yeah. The Panthers, by the way, came into existence in the fall of 93.
Yes, they did.
I mean, their drought is, basically the same.
Screw Canada.
The other guy's got 5 pelts on the wall. I mean, we'll get into this.
Okay.
This could be.
I'm excited for that series. It sucks that it's Saturday.
Yeah. Problem was both series were 2-2. They had to allow for a game 7 in one of them, and when neither one went 7, that screwed it up.
Yeah, but I read that they both TV contracts, the NBA and the NHL, you can't move the finals up.
Well, once they set them. Okay, the hockey one, they didn't set till after it was 2-2. Hockey was willing to start earlier.
I see.
Was my understanding.
Interesting.
But also, since the same network's doing both, and also they had to allow for the possibility when it was 2-2 of Dallas hosting both. So they had to figure out how they were going to do it a week in advance. If it went 7, if Dallas won in the hockey. Because if Dallas had won, they would have had home ice over Florida. So it would be starting in Dallas, which would have worked.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third hour of Miller and Moulton along the network. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Kirwan to join us in a little more than 30 minutes time, but it is that day and time when we welcome our longtime friend, Seth Everett. He of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. You can follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. How are you?
I'm good. I know we're on radio, but we're also on Twitch and things like that. And I want to call attention to the T-shirt that I am wearing today. It is in support of my friend Sarah Langs, who works for Major League Baseball. She's a researcher, and she has launched a campaign to end ALS. And they recently did a whole day for her, and not for her, for the cause. And the shirt says, "Baseball is the best." using the letters NALS in it. And I just find the irony of me wearing a shirt that says baseball is the best is just fun. And I did it because I wanted to raise awareness to Sarah. And if you see her on social media, you can find links to all that stuff.
She does a terrific job on social. I mean, she is terrific. She's a great follow. If you're a baseball fan, she's a must follow on Twitter.
Yeah,
X.
her whole thing is the people make the sport, not the on-field play. And when I had her on Sports with Friends a year ago, and I want to have her on again, I hope she's okay to do it. What she talks about are these stories about players that you never hear about. You never hear about the second baseman that invited fans to meet him and to do all these things. Like just these cool, really neat stories that get overshadowed by the mishigash. That's the best way to say it.
Help us out here, because you worked in and around baseball for a long time. Like hockey is really good, and I understand hockey is so much less popular than baseball. But if it is. If one industry is an $11 billion industry, the other is barely in the billions. I mean, come on. The Rangers Panthers did 3 million, and they're jumping up and down because it's like the second highest rated game they've had in years. So, come on now. But hockey does a great job of getting those type of stories out there. It's actually in the fabric of their sport.
Yep.
Okay. Don't you think baseball could do and should be doing the same? It takes a while. It's not the glamorous. It won't get the most clicks. But don't you think if you're baseball that's an angle from a marketing standpoint that you need to go down?
Well, a good friend of mine, Jerry Krasnick, formerly of ESPN, now works for the Players Union. And we talk about that a lot. Anytime I see him or talk to him, we talk about that a lot. And it's just a matter of also the players should want to get these kinds of messages out. There are just some really good people in sports. I remember when I was had Sarah on the podcast, and she, her big phrase is baseball is the best. And I was like, what makes it the best? Because she's 30 plus years old. She's 31, 32, whatever she is. She saw baseball when it was the best. And she has to know the difference. And I was armed. I had my launch angle and I had my everything fine. And she's telling me these heartwarming stories about the shortstop for the Cleveland Guardians. And I'm just like, I can't fight that. You can't fight City Hall. So it's great. She's wonderful.
And I think we miss it. Like McCutchen just had his 300th home run. The kid that came in the ball, and that was a neat little ceremony. Brought him in the locker room, and Andrew McCutchen, doing nice things and making sure he endeared himself to the family, not only the kid but the dad. Yeah. I think they do it. It's just a matter of sometimes the players don't do it for the notoriety. Remember,
you're right.
I remember working in minor league hockey, and we had a big questionnaire to our fan base, and they said we did nothing in the community, and I'm like, what do you mean we do nothing in the community? We're going to schools. We're doing this. So I had to start using you, David, and other media members to make sure that, hey, I need a camera to let people know here's the money we gave to this. Because if not, it's sometimes hard to get that word out.
There's a TikTok account run by the social media team of the old American Hockey League team that I used to work for, the Syracuse Crunch, right? It's just they're a team, and I follow it, and I love it so much because what they do is, when the players like to kick around a soccer ball in the hallway, and they do it to songs, and they do, and then they come in and they do all these little TikTok dances on the ice, and they do all these things, and the players it takes them 30 seconds. The social media team does the work. They put the thing together, and it has connected me to that franchise. I haven't seen one of their games. I mean, I went to one game this past winter, but that's the limit to my connection to that team. And yet every day I'm looking for the Crunch TikTok account.
So yes, Seth Everett, appreciate the irony. Seth, who has, written off baseball to a large degree, is wearing a shirt today that says
baseball is the best.
There you go. That's the pull of Sarah Langs. You should follow her on X if you can. Speaking of baseball, do you think it's hypocritical, their gambling suspensions yesterday, or is there a clear line between, hey, betting on the NFL, the NBA, hockey, golf, what have you, that's one thing. But our sport, no.
Yeah, it was pretty cut and dry. I mean, the evidence was pretty damning, and you saw that. What I didn't see is I saw, and I don't mean to be ageist here, but I saw a bunch of old columnists writing, "This is a black eye for the sport." No, it's not. This is an isolated thing. These are 5 knuckleheads who threw away their careers because they wanted to do something. This sport, that's a blip. That's a little speed bump on the road to anonymity for this sport. That's a story that has 36 hours of shelf life. This is not a scandal. It's not a massive conspiracy.
But it's the hypocrisy in them taking money from all of the DraftKings and the FanDuels of the world. Or are you comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, they have rules, and those guys broke the rules. I mean, there's a difference. I thought it was funny that the league announced that they had cleared Ohtani the same day.
Mm-hmm.
Slid that one in, didn't they?
Yeah, they they put that one out. I've often said, I used to get into fights when Bud was the commissioner, because when we had launched MLB Radio, the show that preceded us was called the Fantasy 411. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. This is before, and I'm not anti-fantasy sports. Don't get the wrong idea. It's gambling. That is a form of gambling. And to have that and have guys on the air just breaking down fantasy advice for players, I thought was hypocritical. I think that's what's hypocritical. Now that they're in bed with these companies and it's legal, I think promoting gambling is okay, but its players cannot cross that line, and they did. That's why I think the scandal of it has been muted. I think 20 years ago, if these dudes had done this, that's a major deal. Now it's not that big a deal.
It might have even been a big deal 5, 7, 8 years ago. I mean, the Supreme Court decision was only 6 years ago. So,
Yeah.
This didn't become widespread until really the last handful of years. He's Seth Everett. The 2 great podcasts are Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. You can follow him on X at Seth_Everett. So the state of Florida passed NIL for high school athletes yesterday.
I saw, yeah.
There's 36 states in the District of Columbia that allow high school athletes to now receive NIL, including the one you live in, New Jersey, right? 14 states, obviously, that are still against it. Your thoughts, whether or not you think the high school athlete should get NIL?
Well, if it's legitimate NIL, meaning someone is using their name, image, and likeness in some way, then the kid should be compensated. If you're doing it as a mask in order to just give your money,
right?
Yeah, if you're just giving money, then I think it's shady. But then again, I don't think the high stakes of high school athletics, at least in where I live, is a big deal. And I really had wished that I had, taught my kids how to do something athletic. No, just kidding. I mean, my daughter does. She's an equestrian. She does. She competes, and she competes nationally. And she competes on a level. She's considered an amateur, but there is prize money for winning, and she has won prize money. She doesn't get a salary per se, but she gets that, and supposedly she gets physical education credits when she goes and competes, even though it has nothing to do with school. That's as far as I know.
Prize money, that would seem to
prize money, man,
end your amateur status based on history, but I
don't think so. I think you lose your amateur status if there is a salary connected, like if everybody gets paid. But I think if it's an amateur contest, like if you entered the spelling bee and there was a prize of money, you're not a professional speller.
No, but you're really good, though.
Yes, you are.
Oh,
onomatopoeia.
That's interesting. By the way, are we talking 3 figures or 4 figures that your daughter
For the
has?
prize money?
Yeah. Has there ever been a comma involved?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Just
I
curious.
don't think so, but I could not testify to that.
We weren't putting you under oath by this. There are times where this has been an inquisition. This really
Yeah.
was not meant as one, just so you know.
I think so.
All right. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. What do you got?
Sports with Friends is my friend Roxy Bernstein, who, speaking of my baseball days, Roxy used to come on the show a bunch of times. It's nice to see his career take off because he was doing it. You know, he was coming on our show. Daryl Hamilton, the late Daryl Hamilton, was a huge fan of his from his days playing with the San Francisco Giants. Roxy was one of the broadcast partners of the late, great Bill Walton. And we thought Roxy could do that. And then he also aired the final live broadcast of the Pac-12 network last week. So I thought those two things happened within 36 hours of each other. And I thought that was a poignant time to reconnect with Roxy. And he came on Sports with Friends.
20 seconds.
He was covering the Corvallis region of the NCAA regionals. So the podcast is a little late just because he got back. Hall of Justice is all about X-Men 97. Third straight episode on X-Men 97.
My goodness. Can't you pick another? You mailing this in? What?
What do you mean?
It's
Too much?
that good that it deserves 3.
It's that
Hall of
that
Justice.
good. Yeah, it's that good.
Wow. All right. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. He is Seth Everett. Follow him on X. It's Seth_Everett. Seth, all the best, and find out how much money your daughter's making, okay?
I really should.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts,
Yes, Sonny. I mean, they gave Reggie his Heisman back, so yes. The problem with Pete Carroll is I don't think he's eligible. Problem is he only coached 9 years and won 97 games. You have to have coached 10 years and won 100 games. And then you have to have a over 600 winning percentage.
Sorry, David, I didn't have your mic on. If you were talking to me.
Okay. So that's why Howard Schnellenberger's not in, because he was barely above 500 as a college football coach. And that's absurd that he's not a Hall of Famer. Pete Carroll's only coached 9 years at USC, won 97 games. You have to have coached 10 years and won 100 with a winning percentage of 600 or greater to be eligible. So Pete's not even eligible for the Hall of Fame. Well, Howard missed it by a lot, I believe. I could be off, but I thought Howard missed it by a lot. It's Mike Leach who I think also misses it.
Mike Leach misses it by
a percentage point, right?
Literally, if you round up, he has enough. It's like 696 or so, or 596, something like that.
Right. You know, but R.C. Slocum's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? They should. Hell, Tressel should have gotten in. Forget Ohio State. Tressel should be in for Youngstown. Oh, he's in the College Hall of Fame. Tressel.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan's going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton, Miller and Moulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today, at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at the aforementioned Miller_Moulton on X, Miller&Moulton.com. Which underdog give it the best shot here? Mavs against the Celtics, Oilers against the Panthers. Mavs, much bigger underdogs. And according to you, much better chance to pull the upset.
How much of an impact do you think Porzingis has in this series? First off, do you think he plays the whole series?
The whole series?
The whole series.
Because he's clearly not 100% based on the answers to the questions he gave earlier this week. They say he's going to play game one. It's a hell of a time to try to work off the rust, isn't it? The one thing I will say, though, they don't really have a rim protector without him. And that, to me, Mark, I don't know if they need him offensively. I really don't. But boy, I actually think they need the big guy near the basket.
All the lobs that they get from Kyrie and Luka penetrating, beating guys and throwing those easy passes for dunks. That's where I'm with you, where Porzingis has to be a part of the Celtics' plan defensively to not allow the easy buckets from Dallas's other players.
And, the way Dallas was able to take Minnesota's two bigs and keep them away from the rim so that either Luka and Kyrie could get to the rim or Luka and Kyrie could draw the double team and set it up so that others were tipping and dunking everything in. That, to me, if I'm Boston, if Dallas beats me from 3, I think at some point you just tip your hat and you go, okay, way to go. But don't you have to try to eliminate the dunk and tip-in game that Dallas has had throughout these playoffs?
I'm hoping we get 4 good games because you end up getting some blowouts in these playoffs. It just happens. When teams are relying upon the 3 and they don't fall, you end up getting an ugly game or 2.
So of the potential 7 basketball games, you're just hoping for 4 good ones?
5 would be outstanding.
Here's the thing and you tell me if you think this is a factor. We all know there's no sense complaining about it. These are the facts of life. Television sets the schedule. ABC is televising both finals. So they had to work out the network, what days they wanted to televise what versus what days the league wanted to televise what. There was the possibility of arena availability, particularly when the NHL was setting their Stanley Cup finals because Dallas and Edmonton were 2-2. If Dallas and Florida were the 2 teams, then Dallas has home ice. So then that would work out well because, the Mavs don't have home court. So the hockey team could be home when the basketball team's on the road, etc. But if it was the Rangers in Dallas, then Dallas would be, it would basically be every other night. Basketball one night, hockey the next, etc. in terms of their arena. So, Mark, game 1's tomorrow night. And then game 2's 72 hours later. Because the NBA and ABC, they want it Sunday night. They want the eyeballs.
Right.
And they said to hockey, you'll get Saturday night for game 1 and you'll like it. And it ends up being a long wait for both teams, but the NHL had to factor in we could get a game 7 in one of these series. And so that's why if they had scheduled it for, say, Wednesday, well, there was a potential that Dallas and Edmonton were playing a game 7 on Tuesday. So obviously that wouldn't have worked. And so it's Thursday, Sunday in Boston. It's Saturday, Monday in Sunrise. So beginning tomorrow, we will get 4 the next 5 days where we get finals. We'll get Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday between hoop and hockey. And then we got to wait. Basketball, they go to Dallas that Wednesday, Friday. Hockey, they give every single time, Mark, they get on a plane in this series, they're giving everybody 3 days. Like they play game 2 Monday in Sunrise, game 3 is not till Thursday.
Right.
And then after they play 3 and 4 in Edmonton, Thursday, Saturday, another 72 hours. Game 5 back in Florida, Tuesday. Which also means game 6 wouldn't be till Friday. And then game 7 wouldn't be till Monday. So there's a lot of 72-hour periods of time in between games for both basketball and hockey. Which, let's face it, these guys are used to playing every other day. They want to play every other day.
Right. I think it's a slight advantage for Boston and Edmonton.
Okay.
Boston, just the Porzingis factor. The number of days you're giving him to rehab and rest and get ready as he's playing through injury, I think is paramount. Edmonton, because they play such a short, because they'll want to play their stars more, and they rely so much on their top two lines that I think they get a benefit where Florida, hell, they play every other day. They've got 5 lines. They got a line that doesn't even play that's good enough to play for most teams.
There's only one sequence in the NBA Finals where they play games 48 hours apart. That's games 3 and 4. Games 1 and 2, Thursday, Sunday, 72 hours. Then they do 3 and 4 in Dallas, Wednesday, Friday. But then they don't play game 5 for 3 days. That's the thing that's interesting to me. There's not a game Father's Day for both hockey or basketball. So they're surrendering Sunday to the U.S. Open golf,
which will be done by
7 o'clock. 8 at the latest. It's in North Carolina. Right.
That's amazing to me that they're not playing something on Sunday night.
I know.
Leave dad alone and let him watch sports to finish Father's Day.
I mean, I'm checking the schedule again, but, hockey certainly not going to get Sunday because NBA gets priority from ABC. But no, I just checked it again. So the NBA, there's literally only one sequence, games 3 and 4, where they play them within 48 hours. Everything else is a 72-hour wait. Hockey, when they start playing, 1 and 2, 48 hours, Saturday, Monday. Then they give the travel to Edmonton, which, okay. I mean, it's arguably the longest travel ever in finals history. Although I got to admit, Rangers and Devils and Kings. Boston and Vancouver. Are we sure Florida to Edmonton's the longest travel we've ever had? Are we sure about that? But then games 3 and 4, Thursday, Saturday. But then since they go 1-1-1 after that, 72 hours in between these games. Beginning tomorrow, we get a nice little stretch. We get 4 games in 5 days as a sports fan. 2 basketball, 2 hockey. Okay. All right. That'd be nice.
Some gaps in the sports world that can't be filled by much. With Joker out of the French, that'll take a lot of eyeballs away from that.
I think NBC's hoping a few people watch Coco Gauff. They need her to beat Swiatek in the semis to get to the final. See how many people watch her in the final.
Is that 3 consecutive semis for Coco Gauff in the majors?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan, who's geeked up for some hockey tonight, but he'll join us to talk football next.
Friends and family of Southwest Florida, are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest
Good morning.
Hi, Pat.
Good to hear you guys.
How are you?
I am fine. I am just getting myself together here. All right. Of course, everything's been quiet up here in the country until just now. The second I said hello, the landscaper next door started blowing his lawnmower.
Can't hear it. It sounds fine.
Okay, well,
That's
what
funny.
next? The tree will fall down while we're on the air.
There you go.
Timber. Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Once every year or two, I might need your help on the 13th. I don't know if you're around. If you're not, I'll try to find someone else. But I got to have someone pick up Brady at Hertz Arena.
He's out of town, I think.
It's a week from tomorrow. I'm out of town.
Okay, I'll get somebody. There's always someone around. One of the guys over at the club who wants to skate out. There's no one playing golf at 5 o'clock. So,
Although the funny thing is Trent might be in town. Boom.
Trentster.
Yeah, Trent might be able to do it for you.
All right. How's he doing? Is he all set to get out? Did he get a job? You guys sound like he had a job waiting for him up there.
He had a job waiting for him. He got a job offer, making more money. He left for it. Good for him.
And did you find a replacement?
He's ghosted me.
I am the
texted him
replacement.
twice.
Did he get one, Mark?
For right now, I am the replacement.
Hi, Trent.
Hey, Pat, how you doing, man? What's going on, buddy? Sorry.
Yeah. You got a little Trent in your heart. I think he's got some Mark. Well, you Detroit heads. That's the theme there. Meanwhile, David and I have the Joyzy thing going on. Although I'm not there very often.
Yeah, me neither.
How's Mama doing?
She's doing well, and she's celebrating a big birthday in a little over 2 months.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"23 minutes before the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan's kind enough to join us right now. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7 on Sirius XM channel 88. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, dozen locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Good to hear your voices. And we're in June, and we all know this is the slowest month of the year. Yet there's still plenty going on. If you really look around the league, there's business and everything else, some contractual things. Thought the McCaffrey thing was interesting. I don't think anyone's going to catch him. The guys that are going to be free at the end of this year, none of them, James Conner, Williams, those guys can't play off that deal. So he's an outlier and not a market setter, because I don't think – look, when the two guys, Jacobs and Saquon, get to 12 million averages, that's the wall. He's way past the wall, and no one's going to catch him. I don't think anyone will get to that average for, 5-8 years.
Well, the obvious question is, why? He turns 28 Friday. He's going to play. He was under contract for this coming year and next year. Now, if they wanted to throw him the $8 million spread out over 2 years that they did for his year 28 and 29 seasons, okay. But they just agreed to then give him $19 million a year for the year that he's 30 and the year that he's 31. What are we missing?
Well, first off, the head coach loves him. I mean, he was his babysitter at one time when he was a little kid. Number two, Tim Ryan is the voice of the 49ers. He tells me all the time, this is the mad scientist's biggest dream, McCaffrey. He's got plenty of hybrid guys, but it's McCaffrey that gives him really all the inspiration to develop his offense anyway, and he's excited about that. So that's the first part. The second part is, and I want to hear the answer from the two of you on this one. A year from now, not a year from now, about 6 months from now, they're going to have to start talking about Brock Purdy's contract. If he takes him to another Super Bowl, is he going to $50 million a year? And I think they're trying to get all these guys tucked away that they like. Now, it also says maybe Ayuk, you're out. I don't think that was the message or the intention, but I don't think that they are looking that way now. And I do think that while you have this kid on a real cheap deal for this season only, they're going to tuck away the guys they love. And McCaffrey is like, I don't know there's many guys have ever been like him when it comes to fitness, conditioning. I think they believe he will be fine till he's 32 or 33 years old. All that being said, let's go back to Brock Purdy. What's that deal going to look like?
It's too early to tell, but Pat, if he has another year like he had last year, how does he not get $50 million?
I know. And I would expect him to have a year like that. He's one of those guys that looks like they hit a home run on him. And when you start looking at the guys who think they're going to get $50 million, is Jordan Love ahead of him? Is Trevor Lawrence ahead of him, for God's sake? And so those are the guys that I think all of a sudden, if you're thinking down the road, which good salary cap guys do, they're thinking, let's lock up the McCaffrey now, and we'll get him for the bright years he's got left. And by the time the Purdy deal gets into year 2 or 3, where we know how that's going to go, that's where the big balloon will be, that they'd be done with the McCaffrey deal.
All right, help me out. Since Purdy was a 7th-round pick, he only had a 4-year rookie contract, and he's entering year 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in theory, they want to get it done next offseason. You don't want him going into a lame duck year when you could lose him, when he has more leverage. Pat, to quote that immortal 21st century philosopher Tua, the market is what the market is. I mean, he said it the other day. He's looking at the reporters like, it's not a great mystery here. I play quarterback. I'm pretty good. We get paid. That's how it works.
Right. Who would you rather have, Tua or Purdy?
Well, I will say for the Niners offense, I think Tua would be amazing.
I'd take Tua. I think he's better.
I don't.
Why?
I just think that he's never going to cross the line of scrimmage. He's decided to survive. He's not going to take any physical risks. He ran for 3 first downs last year, and he doesn't intend on even running for 3 this year.
Well, that's not. Now, I will say that's not what he's been saying. That's why he's lost the 15 to 20 pounds, so he can have more mobility and he can get a few more first downs.
No, it's not his physical skills. He has the skill to run for one. He is not going to cross the line of scrimmage. Have you ever seen him slide when he's got an 8-yard gain? It's really kind of intimidating. You're dealing with a guy that's never going to run. I'm telling my pass rushers, 2-way go the tackles. He's not going to hurt us with his feet.
Fair enough.
And we've been waiting for the big day when he brings these guys to the promised land. Meanwhile, the little guy out in San Francisco was the real deal. And, they had a chance. They took all those compensation picks and went and got their guy. And they learned real fast, not that he was bad. He wasn't there long enough to prove he was bad. They realized the other guy was good. Take it easy, Trey Lance.
Well, Pat, to me, the biggest, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess compliment to Brock Purdy was Spags in the Super Bowl, because his game plan was, we're going to zone you. And he came to the conclusion, this guy's killing us. We got to go man, and we got to get after him. Otherwise, we're going to lose.
Yep. And really, they were, in my opinion, we can't go back and say they were going to win. I shouldn't say that. But when the other linebacker, Grenard, went down with the injury when he jumped off the sideline and blew out his Achilles, they went after Oren Burks for the rest of the game, and it was just home run after home run. So they think they got a class, a chance for a Super Bowl, and they're acting like it. So interesting football team. We like talking about all these other guys. Dak, redo Dak. Where's Tua? When's Mahomes going to get the reschedule? What's Stafford waiting for? All these guys. Meanwhile, Purdy might be the guy who deserves the most.
That's fascinating in and of itself. As you didn't even bring up Trevor Lawrence that we talked about, who's on a big year right now, and he's trying to get paid. So obviously, but the receivers are getting paid, Pat. And CeeDee Lamb sitting there holding out of camp. Is Dallas going to take care of him and win?
Well, they will take care of him. It's killing them. Look, they're strangled with it. They're in cap jail. They know it. And they didn't do anything in the offseason to help the team. They couldn't. And now until they get Prescott done, they really aren't going to have the wiggle room to do the deal the right way. Jerry will typically drop a huge signing bonus on a guy. Cash is never a problem for the Cowboys. So that's the only way. But the problem with those is you get stuck with dead money all over the place. I said this on the show last week. He'll get CeeDee Lamb done. How about Parsons and Zim? Have you seen it starting to brew? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Miami Dolphins and how they complained about their coach last year. They don't like these old school tough guys. And the first thing Zim said is, we're going to do everything my way. Parsons has already taken issue with that. Really, these young guys haven't been raised that way. They actually think they have a vote, a say, all this other nonsense.
Who do you think's more valuable, though, CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons to the Cowboys?
I just think you need both of them. You need both dimensions on the field. One guy led the NFL in receptions, and the other guy should be right around the top of the pass rush stuff. But because of what they did, and here's the question I have for myself: has the window of opportunity passed the Dallas Cowboys? Because look at the other guys that are going to be out of contract at the end of this year. It's not a pretty sight. The best guard in football, their best defensive end, their second receiver. There's a lot of guys, and they're going to land up taking and rupturing the cap one more time with Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott's deal. Jerry's too old to start over, but I don't. When I put that question to guys on my show or to Jim Miller, Jim thinks they've passed the window of opportunity.
So, Pat, I hate to continue to talk about the Cowboys, but if Jerry's getting old, then why the hell hasn't he done a deal with Dak? Because the only thing preventing them from signing these other players is the dead money on Dak's hit next year.
Yeah, Dak owns them, and he controls what's going to happen here. So according to Dak, they hardly even talk. So I don't know what they're waiting on. Do they and this made me laugh. Now, hopefully it'll make you laugh. The idea that they're kind of quote unquote leverage Dak with threatening Trey Lance how good he looks is laughable. This is not even close. But even if they said, let's bail out on Dak and let's go with Trey Lance, I don't think they really think that's the answer, one. And two, the dead money is going to kill him anyway. So when you really study the Cowboys, they are in a tough bind. And this conversation started with, will they get Lamb done? Yeah, they will. It'll be a huge bonus, and dead money will be astronomical. And then Parsons. How about Parsons the other day? What did he say? I'll be the highest paid non-quarterback. That means he's going to blow up Bosa's deal. That's $40 million a year is what he's talking about.
Obviously a great player, but at some point, once again, though, Pat, very few teams, and in fact, we're struggling to come up with even one or two examples, very few teams are willing to let the great player walk or even trade him. Now, give the Chiefs credit. They realized they can't sign Tyreek. They traded him. They got something for him. They've won 2 Super Bowls without him.
Right.
And once again, this is a copycat league. You wonder, when is some other team going to go, the Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill. They haven't necessarily replaced him, and they've done okay.
He learned that from Bill Belichick. Take it easy, Chandler Jones. He was tearing this league up. We couldn't get you signed. Get out of here. Richard Seymour was the NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Richard, we can't get you signed. Take it easy. He was doing it long before Andy. And Andy figured out, you know what? That guy had the guts to do it, and he kept moving his team along. So there's not a lot of guys who said it to me. Joe Banner said it to me. Yeah, everyone talks big until it's their guy, and then all of a sudden they're too nervous to let him go.
Well, and we're talking about two franchises that have the two best quarterbacks in the game. It's a lot easier to make those decisions when you've got the quarterback play that New England and Kansas City had.
Well, I agree with that. But do you think that the Cowboys have a quarterback they can win a Super Bowl with?
No, I don't. Pat.
Do you, David?
I do.
I knew there was a split decision.
But I will say, though, he hasn't shown it in January. I mean, it is a problem that he plays better October through December than he plays in January.
I would say as soon as the regular season is over, Steven should take Jerry away to the Caribbean until the game. Stay away from the team. Don't create the anxiety of the ghost in the closet. It's been a nightmare for them. I talked to, what's his name the other day? The voice of the Cowboys.
Brad Sham.
Brad was on for a while. We talked about all this stuff. And it is, a ghost in the closet. You know it's in there. It doesn't matter if you win 12 games. As soon as the postseason comes, it's history that haunts them. They looked horrible against the Packers.
Awful. But they looked awful defensively. That Dan Quinn got a pass because he was already getting a job, but they looked horrible defensively. Hey, quickly, we only have a moment or two. Larry Allen, was he the best guard? Because you got Orlando Pace, Baselli, Jonathan Ogden, tackles. Best guard since maybe John Hanna?
I think he's the best guard, period, to ever play. Because on a moment's notice, he'd go play tackle for you and go to the Pro Bowl. But at guard, he was physically brutal to people. Brad Sham talked. That's really why I had Brad on to talk about that first. He had so many examples of things that were extraordinary. We all know about the 700-pound bench press and all that stuff. Those were incredible numbers. But he started talking about him chasing down an interception.
Saints linebacker. It was unreal.
Yeah. And just the kind of athleticism he had, but it was the mauling that the guy had. So I would say he was the best.
Pat, we think you're the best. At least you have been to us. Thanks so much for your time and your insight. Enjoy the rest of your week, and good luck to your Blades. Hey,
I'm a little nervous. Tonight's kind of like one of those ones. They got that darn goalie who came in for Kansas City. LaFontaine. Yep, I'm going to be there live Friday and Saturday. I cannot come today. I told my man, hold down the fort, get a win. See you guys.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, boys.
Sweating out ECHL hockey. That's our NFL expert, Pat Kirwan.
That's right. But don't get in the way of his ECHL hockey, whatever you do, because that's important, David. It's NFL stuff, whatever.
NFL draft, NFL free agency, whatever. ECHL playoffs. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury.
What are you featuring over there, David?
Oh, ham and cheese action. I'd go Larry Allen. Tough to compare somebody from the mid 70s to, Larry Allen's, because obviously the physical difference, but
Thin but not shaved, Canada Relief. I'm with you. It's got to be thin enough to roll, but you don't want it falling apart.
Yep. The hat, are you talking about Les Miles? I mean, who's the hat? College football. Who's the hat?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us as we get over the hump together on this hump day. Talk plenty of NBA finals, Stanley Cup finals tomorrow on the show. We were just talking about quarterbacks with Pat Kirwan and, who should get paid and what have you. And some people bring up win-loss record when talking about a quarterback's value and whether or not I should pay him. Like Dak Prescott, I believe, Mark, is 2-5, I think, in the playoffs all time. Yeah, I got it in front of me here. First off, how many active starting quarterbacks have a winning playoff record in your estimation?
Well, we've got Mahomes.
Correct. 15-3, I believe.
Is Purdy with a winning record?
4-2.
Joe Burrow?
5-2.
I don't know if there are any others.
Aaron Rodgers is 11-10.
Okay,
Okay. So Russell Wilson, 9-7. But, Josh Allen's 5-5 with Buffalo. Now, Garoppolo's got a winning record, but he's not a starting quarterback today. Joe Flacco has a winning record, 10-6, but he's not a starting quarterback today. So of the starters, even Stafford and Goff, 500 in the playoffs. 4-4. Now, I will say Goff, a bit of a bad break. He didn't start a playoff game in Seattle for the Rams his last year with the Rams. John Wolford, I believe, did. we did the game on Fox, and Wolford got hurt on the second series of the game. Diving for a first down, he got a concussion. Goff comes off the bench and essentially leads him to a win, doesn't get credit for the win. But Goff and Stafford, obviously, one guy's gone to a Super Bowl and 2 conference finals, and the other guy's won a Super Bowl, and they're both 4-4 in the playoffs. So it's pretty close, like Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, all losing records. Baker's 2-2. Trevor Lawrence is 1-1. Jordan Love's 1-1. Deshaun Watson has a losing record. Kirk Cousins is 1-3. So you got Mahomes, and of the starters, Joe Burrow, because when he's been healthy, they've gone to the playoffs. They've gone on 2 runs. And, we put Flacco and Garoppolo and put them to the side because they're backups now. So Mahomes and Burrow have the 2 gaudy playoff records. And then Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers are both just a little bit over 500. And Brock Purdy is 4-2. That's it. That's it. Got a handful that are 500. 1-1, 2-2, 4-4, that sort of deal. Josh Allen of the Bills, 4-4. So, Trey Wingo, when he was at ESPN, and then for a short time after it, and it may still be on his X account, but you went to him on Twitter/X, and the first thing it would say underneath his picture is 1 loss record is not a valid quarterback stat. It was literally the first thing he said.
Right. Difference between he and I. Mine says ketchup on a hot dog should be a felony. That's how mine starts.
Right, exactly. But you both are drawing your line in the sand. This is where I get up every day, and this is where I'm willing to die over. But, Mahomes, Burrow, and, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, both winning records. Rodgers a game over 500. Wilson 2 games over 500. And Brock Purdy's 4-2. And everybody else is 500 or less. It's a pretty small list.
It's not easy to have a over 500 record in the playoffs.
No.
Just period. For a team to have it, it's not easy.
Right. Because do the obvious math, like Lamar Jackson last year, best record in the regular season, hosted the AFC title game. Yeah, they got the bye. He only got 1 playoff win last year, and then he got 1 playoff loss. Mm-hmm.
And most people will look at that year as an unsuccessful season for he and the Ravens.
So I wanted to bring those numbers up, though, because not just us, but everyone listening. So should 1 loss record in the playoffs be a valid stat? Is it something that you really should be basing who you keep and who you get rid of as a quarterback? Because the question then becomes, well, how many damn quarterbacks are worthy of keeping?
Apparently there's 5.
You want to give Josh Allen the benefit of the doubt at 500, Matt Stafford the benefit of the doubt. I mean, Goff just got 53 a year. He's 4-4. You're getting the point here. Trevor, Tua, whoever it is that is on the rise, it's just starting.
CJ Stroud made some noise on this subject, talking about Stafford on a podcast, saying that if he was in Green Bay, he'd have a lot more wins and rings than Aaron did.
He said also, when given the choice between Eli Manning's career and Aaron Rodgers' career, he said, oh, give me Eli's. He's got 2 rings. It's the only thing that matters. Tell you what, he is not shy. I would find a way to get a microphone attached to CJ Stroud every chance I get. I mean, Rodgers is not retired,
Nope.
mean, he has dogged Aaron Rodgers here lately. I'd take Eli's career over his. How many MVPs Aaron won? 4? Eli never won 5. I mean, Eli's never won an MVP. But Super Bowl rings 2-1. He says, give me Eli's career. Eli's a 500 quarterback throughout his career. Now, not in the playoffs, but in the regular season.
By the way, if I've got this right, it looks like on Halloween night, which is a Thursday, Texans at Jets.
I don't know about you, Mark, but these quotes might get a little play in the New York media.
I want the Texans to beat them by 30. I want C.J. Stroud to throw for 500 yards in that game. I want Diggs to have such a game that they give him a contract for next year after the game.
That's funny.
Hey, I like the guy that talks the talk and then walks the walk.
I know. Now he's got to walk it.
Now he's got to walk
in Jersey. Yep. So, we're talking about all these quarterbacks. Who are you going to pay? By the way, the answer is going to be they're all getting paid. It just is. It's almost a topic we shouldn't even talk about anymore. They're all going to get paid. The real question is going to be, are any of them going to get paid by someone other than their current employer? Does any team have the guts to walk away from their $50+ million quarterback? Because that's what they're going to get.
Dallas is the only one acting like they will. I mean, they really are. Everybody else,
right?
They're negotiating.
But Miami and Tua have negotiated. Most people think they've negotiated, pretty far down the road. The difference is the Dolphins want a few more things tied to incentives, and Tua's like, no, man, the deal's the deal. The going rate. I mean, he said it just the other day. Going rate's the going rate. Canada Belief says, I think the 49ers walk. No.
Not in a million years.
No. No. In fact, I think there's a chance he gets locked up before July 15th. I think there's a chance that the Niners get that deal done even before his third season starts. He's under contract for this year and next year. So the extension doesn't kick in until 2026. I would lock in. It's like, did you see what David Sampson came out and said the other day? He thinks, I think it was David Sampson, said that Devontae Smith there, not Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith should fire his agent. That totally misread the market. Look at how much money he's cost himself by signing that deal 3 weeks ago. Look at what's happening to the wide receivers. What was he thinking? It's the same thing with the quarterbacks. If I'm the Niners, I'm signing Brock Purdy tomorrow.
Well, I love Tyreek Hill came out and said, I want to be a Dolphin for life, when he knows his contract after this year's probably the end.
Right. But if I'm the Niners, hell, I'll sign Purdy to 52 a year right now. Are you kidding me? Do you know what that's going to look like in 2 years? His contract won't kick in until 2026. The $248 million salary cap now. Do you know what's going to be in 2 years? 300.
And for all of you that are walking away from your quarterback, and there are a lot of you via the text line or the Twitch chat room, we always ask the very simple question, for whom?
Yeah. I mean, it's laughable. It's laughable. This is not Drew Brees with the Chargers when they drafted Phillip Rivers. We can go down the run here. This isn't the Packers walking away from Favre because they had Aaron Rodgers. And maybe they've gotten it right again, walking away from Rodgers with Jordan Love. But right now, who do they have behind Jordan Love? They've had 30 years, put it this way, they've had almost 20 years of leverage. They don't have it now. So I just wanted to go through the quarterback playoff one-loss stats and basically realize that there's 5 starters with a winning record in the playoffs right now. 5. And like 4 who are 500. And everybody else is a loser by certain standards. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
Well, Irish football, I would say accuracy. And maybe anticipation also, which in the NFL, you don't wait till they get open. You throw to spots. So I mean, he's not big, he's not strong. He's more athletic than people give him credit for. But he's very accurate. I mean, he's more accurate than Trevor Lawrence, than Justin Herbert.
Oh, no problem, San Diego. I just can't do it as quickly as Trent did because we've got this show to do. But I've had it up by 10:30 every day at the latest. Kind of got my system down now.
Yeah, Trent could actually work on every hour while we were on the air doing the show. He could work on it while we were talking. Mark's kind of got a co-host.
You having chips now? You're killing me.
No. It's just the sound of the packaging. No. I just rattled through like a half a pound of ham and cheese.
Not in the immediate future. We're trying to figure out what our future is before we start adding people to the show.
Plus, quite frankly, Johnny, nobody wants the job. It's awful hours, awful pay, no career advancement. Besides that, it's a great gig. Although it is a nice entry-level gig. You do what both Felipe and Trent did with it. That's what the job is. But we were probably spoiled with Felipe staying 2 years. For $100K, yep. It's so funny.
It's
what everybody thinks we make.
Oh, I'm going to turn microphones back off now. That just depressed me, David. Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at the time.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Still don't have any basketball or hockey to make a pick on. I mean, we might throw out a betting choice or two. Got some getaway games today and what have you in baseball. Hey, you and I spend a little more time, I think, than most sportscasters paying attention to the whole college baseball and softball. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Okay. I did not realize this when they accomplished what they accomplished. Only stumbled upon it late yesterday. Did you see that UConn? Because, you know, in the transfer portal, you can pick up guys from anywhere. And we all assume that you pick up a bunch of D1 guys, right? But remember at Missouri last year, their football team, who was the leading rusher in the SEC?
Right, the running back they got from D2 or wherever, right?
Yeah. Had 1 year of eligibility left. He was a local guy. The coach got talked into taking him. Was not crazy about it, but it was like, yeah, okay. And he ends up leading the SEC in rushing, and they win double-digit games. Hell, they beat Ohio State in a bowl game. Helped that Ohio State didn't play anybody, but that's besides the point. It goes as a win. The UConn baseball team. And who did they beat in the final again? I mean, it was like a stunner.
Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, I mean, they beat, a baseball blue blood. And UConn hasn't been a big-time baseball program since 40 years ago. They had 9 D3 transfers on their roster, 7 of whom played in the regional. And I mean played. I mean, they didn't come in and pinch run. I mean, you look at the number of at-bats. I mean, seven key players to win a regional. D3 transfers. And, you and I are friendly with some coaches. I mean, you got a good friend who's a pitching coach in Division I softball. I've got a couple of Division I coaches that I'm friends with. All right. I mean, I know one of my buddies was all in on a D3 point guard to try to get him to go D1, lost him to somebody else. But 7 key players in winning the regional, D3 transfers.
And players will tell you that it's a fine line between the two. There's not a lot of baseball jobs out there for players. There are only so many programs that have it. You're not getting a lot of scholarship money, if any at all.
And in the last handful of years since the pandemic, everybody has stopped recruiting who? High school kids. Between the transfer portal and the extra years of eligibility, you name the sport. The scholarships just are not there for high school athletes like they were. Why should I spend time and resources grooming the 18-year-old when I can take that same scholarship and get a 20-year-old transfer who's already physically developed, has played at this level, and obviously has shown that they're at least decent, because otherwise I wouldn't be offering them a scholarship. Do you know how many baseball players are already in the transfer portal? We haven't even started the super regionals yet in baseball.
Oh, I'm sure it's hundreds.
1,400.
1,400. Okay.
1,400. But, we have talked in recent years that maybe some programs should really go the JUCO route, particularly in basketball. I just wonder if, there's going to be some Division I programs out there that go, there's some really good D2 and D3 guys. They're getting overlooked. Maybe we should grab a couple of them. They'd be easy. Probably wouldn't even want any NIL money. They'd just be thrilled.
The opportunity to play D1 ball.
Right. I just found that. 9 on the team. 7 who played regularly pitching or in the field in the regional that they just won.
So maybe there's hope for these Birmingham Southern players that still have eligibility left, David.
I guess. Isn't UConn going to Tallahassee? Don't they have the Knowles next in the Super Regionals? So, I got to admit, I've got it literally in my phone to try to watch game 1 of Florida State UConn, because I want to listen to these announcers. I want to know who, wow, this kid. So they're starting, wow, their second baseman. Oh, wow, their left fielder. I just find this remarkable. And what a new day and age that we are in college sports. NIL at the high school level.
And unlimited transfers at the college level now.
Unlimited transfers, $22 million salary caps that the big schools can have.
Wait a minute. That's a little inaccurate.
Okay.
The schools have a $22 million salary cap. The NIL is still unlimited for those schools.
Oh, no, absolutely. No, if $22 million is not enough, oh, no, we can go to the side over here. Right. No, that's just getting paid directly from the school. Oh, we haven't even hit up the boosters yet.
And I do laugh that in watching softball and baseball, and I've been watching a lot on ESPN3. So I get the NCAA's ads only, basically. And what are they promoting nonstop is the collegiate athlete going to the Olympics.
Right.
And how all these Olympic sports, how once every 4 years they are competing against each other, but once every 4 years they're teammates. And we're proud to have our schools represented in the Olympics, as you're about to cut all of these Olympic sports from your athletic departments.
Yes, we are. It's just a matter of time.
Because it's coming.
NBC might as well say, enjoy the U.S. dominance in the Summer Olympics while it lasts. Because college athletics is going to kill this goose by the 2030s.
And we're not prepared as a nation to start doing it the way other nations do, where we're grooming them from a young age in different sports. We're not set up for it.
The best we can do is AAU, and boy, is that working out well. So I just find that story remarkable. And, making it out of a regional should be enough to get other coaches at other D1 programs to go, maybe we could beat the Bushes elsewhere and there'd be a lot less competition.
Well, and David, they're the only northern team. I guess
Right.
Evansville's the other one that made it. They had a huge upset winning the East Carolina. So you had Evansville and you've got UConn. Everybody else is basically a Southeast school, or I think Oregon State made it as well. And their days are numbered.
Oh, I don't know, Mark. They're a charter member of the Pac-2. Just had to work that in today. Hadn't said Pac-2 all day. So anyway, I wonder if we will see that in other sports. I wonder if we'll be watching NCAA tournament basketball teams and find out, this kid was come on now. How many of us have watched a D2 tournament or a D3 tournament game and gone, wow, that guy or that gal can really play?
Well, if you're North Florida or JU or FGCU and you're losing your players to, you get a good player, you lose your players to a better D1 program, where are you going to go to replace that talent? It's not the worst idea.
Especially late in the game. Like North Florida just lost their best player to Tennessee a week and a half ago. How do you replace that? It's got to be a D2 or D3 kid, right?
Or a JUCO.
Yeah. Once again, you know what all these kids have in common? Not a scholarship for a high school player. Nope. Sorry. We'll keep looking elsewhere. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, along with some final thoughts, all coming up next. The Diamond District Bonus Hour, Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District. Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few joy stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA-certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA-certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find
Johnny Haha, are you talking about to be our producer? Okay, I'll tell you what. It's get up no later than 5. Be at the station no later than 5:30. 5 hours.
5 hours for peanuts.
5 hours worth of work. Virtually no days off. Except for major holidays. You know, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's.
No training. Really obnoxious people to work for.
Limited training.
Very demanding.
Now, I will say, Johnny Haha, Felipe did it. Felipe.
Yeah, but he was a mess when he was in college doing it. A mess.
He was exhausted and right. But he trudged through. But the other thing is, I'm assuming he's already got his class schedule for next semester. I mean, you can't get to a class before 10:30. Really, 11 o'clock. Johnny, we're just telling you so that you could talk to him and just say, hey, here's the job. And by the way, we're talking $75 a day. I mean, that's it. It's not our doing. No, E.B. Hill.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. NBA Finals getting underway tomorrow. Stanley Cup Finals on Saturday. We'll go in depth with both tomorrow. Got the Belmont coming up Saturday as well.
Mystic Dan, the third betting favorite.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. We'll have our buddy Kurt Becker on Friday to talk about that. Right now?
Oh, what the heck.
To take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And I'm telling you, when I say I have nothing today, I basically have nothing. So hopefully you can bail me out here, David. 1851 we start. The anti-slavery novel Uncle Tom's Cabin is published. 1931. Tommy Armour wins his third major and only British today. 68. RFK is assassinated.
He was shot. He was shot technically today. It was.
It actually died tomorrow, right?
He survived for about 28 hours.
And the AIDS epidemic officially begins today in 1981. Art Donovan would have celebrated a birthday today. Robert Kraft is 83. And sprinter John Carlos is 79. And that's all I got, David.
Did you have President Reagan dying today? 20 years
I did
ago?
not.
20 years ago today, President Reagan died. I guess they got a movie coming out. So I think there's a big Reagan movie that's coming out. I'll be curious how many people go see it that are interested.
Well, they did the miniseries a while back.
Oh, is that what I thought there was talk about a movie?
Oh, it could be.
So
I'll wait till it comes. Yeah, I won't see it.
Also, 11 years ago today, that Snowden guy, he started disclosing secrets. We haven't taken that very well.
We don't.
No.
We like it when we get other secrets. If they give ours, that's bad.
Right. Also, J-Lo married Mark Anthony 20 years ago today. You know, she's basically a one-man gal. I mean, one man at a time. She just has a lot of times.
Does she ever?
Yeah. Wow. I have to admit, some of us would like to be one of those times, but, that's a whole other story. No? Am I not allowed to say that out loud? I mean, well,
absolutely.
My wife's in the next room. We're celebrating 28 years Saturday.
Yeah, that's all right.
By the way, Dennis Quaid plays Reagan. Okay, it comes out August 30th. I just got a text. See, I'm kind of sort of paying attention.
Good for someone's got to.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We'll start the good with an update. Last week, we had an alligator that escaped from a petting zoo in Kansas City, Missouri. It has been found.
Oh.
Was found outside a back door at the school by custodial workers. So good job by them. Our actual good today, we go to New York, where a deer was seen on social media wandering around with a net over its face and antlers for at least 2 weeks.
Huh.
It apparently had gotten into a kid's hockey net, and the hockey net was stuck on the deer. But Amherst Animal Control was able to track down the deer, keep him at close range long enough to be sedated, and they were able to get the net off the antlers. And the deer is now free and clear to run and roam wherever he pleases. For the bad, we go to Port Charlotte, where 2 men were arrested Monday after they were caught operating an illegal casino. The Showtime Casino on Tamiami Trail was getting a lot of complaints that there was illegal gambling going on slot machines. They were actually, real slot machines as opposed to paying off in coupons as some of these places do. Begs the question, David. You go to one of these casinos to win, I don't know, I've never been to one of these gaming casinos. But they start being a real casino and the patrons get upset.
It's funny. I kind of want them to be a real casino.
Exactly. You ever been to a speakeasy? Have you ever been to an illegal casino?
No.
An illegal card game of any sort? I mean, at a major level? You live close enough to the city. I don't know if you ever ended up strolling on.
I did one card game. I did a card game in Staten Island. Literally.
Overseas money-wise, you really shouldn't have been there?
Oh, my goodness. Please. If they saw the car I pulled up in, they wouldn't have let me through the door.
Yeah, a couple of stacks of ziti there, and Moulton was not in the right room.
No. Didn't go well, by the way. I was doing okay for a while, but then I thought, I might be able to make some money here. As soon as that thought pops in your head, it goes south.
For the ugly, we go to Naples, where a 55-year-old man was arrested after a road rage incident escalated with a firearm being pulled out.
Here we go.
Yeah. Victim was riding a bicycle when he got into an argument with a man driving a landscape vehicle. The argument escalated, and the man pulled a gun on the bicycle rider. He was later found and arrested. I know those bikes can be a pain in the bike lane, but do we really need to be pulling guns on the bicyclist?
I don't think so. I mean, call me old school, but I don't think so.
What happened to the good old days when you could just beep your horn and flip someone off without fear of being shot?
I know.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 5th, 2024.
Every now and then you're with someone for a long time, and yet you can learn something about them. It was a few weeks ago, driving down the road, and I'm driving, and wife's in the passenger seat, and they have bicycle lanes in Jacksonville, a lot of them. Okay, they really do cater to the bicyclists.
Okay.
Let me tell you, out of nowhere, venom coming out of the minister's daughter's mouth towards bicyclists. I'm like, what'd they ever do to you? Did you ever hit one of them? What? Man, oh man, get them off the roadway. They're in the way.
Share the road.
She wants, we pull over, we give money to homeless people. I mean, literally, she has plastic bags of stuff for people who are down on their luck. We pull over, she gets them out of the back, she gives them to them. There's a $5 bill inside. Right. But let me tell you, okay, you're riding a bicycle in a bicycle lane. Apparently, you're a menace to society. I was like, what has gotten into, who are you?
There was a time, and I've not seen them in a while, but and I don't ride or drive the same route as I used to. But one of the gated communities had a plethora of bikers, and I'm talking like 50, 60 of them, and they were all old.
Oh.
And they were out on 41 on Tamiami Trail, and it's like, hey, guys, how about you stay inside the gates? Because there's a lot of you here. And I know you all got your matching shirts on, and you look fantastic. But if you're not in a single file line, you start coming out into the road. Now you're in my area.
Right.
And
if I hit
nervous.
If I hit one of you, I'm going to take out 18 of you.
Right.
It's going to look like one of those crashes in the Tour de France.
Exactly. And that's what we don't need.
No. So I just didn't know if there's anybody else out there that apparently is just, now, I mean, she's not going to pull out in front of a bicyclist or anything like that. But for whatever reason, man, they bother her. They're in the way. I'm like, so you don't think no, I don't think they should be riding here. And so I, of course, very rarely do I have a chance to guilt my wife into anything. And I go, and when my mother was out working 3 jobs and I had to go work and I had to caddy, do you know how I got to the golf course? 4.5 miles, rode my bike. Didn't exactly have bike lanes in the late 70s, early 80s.
No, we didn't wear helmets either.
No, we didn't. All right. By the way, both ways, just so you know, I had to get home too. And it was 9-10 miles of cycling every day, and no bike lanes. Uneven sidewalks was the best we could do. It was either the pavement and dodge the cars, or uneven sidewalks in which, you feel like you're doing a steeplechase.
Got that right.
Yeah. So anyway, didn't work. She's still whatever. I'm like, so let me get this straight. You're on city council one day and there's a chance to advocate for, cycling lanes. You're not going to spend the money. She goes, I don't think I am. Wow. I think it was the first thing I ever found that I couldn't get the liberal to spend money on. We got a lot of baseball today, including 6 games in the afternoon. Not the Rays and Marlins, though. They're waiting till 6:40, baby. Wrapping up their 2-game series. Rays took game 1. Rays trying to get to 500 for a win tonight. I got a kick out of an article that I read yesterday. It was about the Phillies, and they've got a need apparently for an outfielder. They need some more offensive production from an outfielder. And they were talking about one of the 3 guys they've targeted is Randy Arozarena. And I thought to myself, is the person who put this story together, do they realize he's hitting $162? I mean, isn't that a tough trade to justify right now? I know Dave Dombrowski is arguably a Hall of Fame executive. Isn't that a tough trade to step to the podium for right now? What are you going to do? Change the scenery argument? $1.62. I digress. You know, Red Sox trying to avoid getting swept by the Braves. You know, still got the Brewers trying to avoid getting swept by the Phillies. Royals trying to avoid getting swept by the Guardians. You know, Twins and Yankees.
Tigers trying to sweep the Rangers, which would be
I know.
big for them.
It's gotten them above 500. It's gotten them within 2.5, 3 in the loss column of the Twins for the final playoff spot in the American League. So there you go. That's really all we got. Got no college softball tonight, right? Oklahoma, Texas, game 1.
They get going tonight, game 1 of that.
And
Oklahoma trying to four-peat.
Right. And you got a little tennis. There were supposed to be 2 men's quarterfinals today, but Djokovic had to withdraw from his. So Casper Ruud gets a walkover. There's only one other quarterfinal, and it doesn't begin till after 2 o'clock today.
They've had a lot of weather, a lot of delays. I mean, this French has been, the crowds have been unruly. The players have not liked this French Open.
2 women's quarterfinals going on as well. Well, they've had matches. Djokovic and Coco Gauff both ended up playing till 3 in the morning local time a few days ago. And Djokovic didn't say a word. Coco Gauff was like, are we really going to keep doing this? This is ridiculous.
She's right.
I don't disagree.
She's right.
Now, I mean, at least in Djokovic's case,
midnight.
In Djokovic's case, they started the match a little after 10. You know, I mean, he played one of those 4.5-hour jobs. But right, in her case, they started the match like 12:30. She's like, "What are we doing?"
I mean, who's going to watch it? Who's going to stay for it?
Right. There's 19 people in the stands.
It's a joke.
So there you go. That's what's going on. A lot of baseball and Oklahoma, Texas softball. A little bit of tennis if you're so inclined. Got to wait one more day till the NBA Finals. Make sure you vote in our poll question. Which underdog do you give the best shot to come home with the trophy? The Mavs against the Celtics, and they are big underdogs. They're almost 2-1 underdogs. Meanwhile, Edmonton's a slight underdog against the Panthers. And so far, most of you think the Mavs have the better shot than the Oilers. Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury.